It really has been. These women are example of 2 Iranian women, but there are thousands, millions of Iranians taken hostage by their own government. And Rahele shares the same fate as Mercedes has, experienced the same thing. If you want to tell us your story.
Hi, everyone. I want to tell you my story. It started on a day that looked normal. I remember walking in the streets. I had taken off my hijab. I was smiling. I felt free, even if it was just for a moment. I was not doing anything dangerous. I was just a young woman who wanted a normal life. Then, suddenly, everything changed. I heard a sound, and in 1 second, I felt a strong pain in my face. I fell, there was blood, and everything became dark. That was the moment I lost the vision in one of my eyes. Next thing I know, I was at the hospital. I was scared, not only because of the pain, but because even in the hospital, I did not feel safe. I was afraid of the same people who shot me. I was afraid they would come again. In the moment, I understood something very painful. Even being a patient could not protect me. After that day, my life changed completely. Security force came to our home. They searched everything. They asked questions again and again. I was arrested. I was interrogated many times. My family was scared. They told me, you cannot study anymore. You cannot work. You do not have a future here. Imagine hearing this is in your own country, the place where you were born, the place you loved. Step by step, life became impossible. I couldn't feel safe outside. I couldn't feel safe inside my own home. And finally, I had to make a very hard decision to leave my country. Not because I wanted to, but because I had no other choice. Leaving your homeland is not just a trip. It is like leaving a part of your heart behind. This is my story.
Thank you. It's really important to put it in context that why both these girls lost their eye. The Islamic regime, the IRGC, the Basijis went out on the street specifically shooting for their eye because they wanted to mark them so they can go back into the hospitals looking for them, to find them on the streets and then take them and to torture and kill. And this continues, as we were talking, Mercy, that even under bombardment, they're still continuing to execute, torture, rape women, and they have not stopped. So these women, we brought them here for you to see that this regime will not add anything.
I just had, Hiva, one individual come up to me yesterday in tears saying that there was a young boy who had actually a photo of Jesus Christ in his room, and they came in, the military, to assassinate the boy. You have the Iranian nurses who were raped trying to help the protesters. You had the wrestler, 19 years old, executed. And what is it, Hiva? Because it's not just what's happening in Iran, but tell us the mentality of this Iranian regime, what that means to that threat here in America.
I'm sure you guys have all heard. The existence of this regime, its ideology, is based on death to America, death to Israel. And by death to America, this is just not a mantra. They actually mean it. They indoctrinate young children from young age, from 6, 7 years old. When you start going to school, they indoctrinate this thought into your mind that the West is the evil civilization. America is the enemy of Islam and of Iran. Now, the example of these girls is so shocking to see, and we wanted you to see them in person, to hear their story in person, because this is what they do to their own people, What will this regime do to us as Americans, that they continue to chant death to America? They will stop at nothing. They have attacked their Muslim neighbors, countries that have helped them to negotiate deal here and there. They've attacked Oman, Qatar, from all the countries in the region. They will not end within their own borders. The suppression does not end at their own borders. They want America gone. They want Israel to be wiped off the map. And therefore, President Trump understood that President Trump did not start a war. President Trump is ending a war after 47 years of this country wanting to end. Yeah.
I'm going to say that the Persians, I think, are almost as excited as the Cubans are right now, okay? As a Cuban American. Mercedes, let me ask you, what does America mean to you?
About the rape of nurses.
آمریکا برای چه احساسی داره اینجایی؟
Okay. I'm very happy to stay here because the country is safe for me. I had to go from my country and came to the Turkey, after that Germany, and now I'm here and safe here. And when I see my country, I'm very sad about my country that happened in this now, because the Islamic Republic killed the people, and that from that the Islamic Republic scared the people. They know when the people more strange and come to the streets, they gone the Islamic Republic, and the people of Iran is very now is very happy about this war, and because
this is contrary. I want to ask you, just recently, some Western mainstream media, such as CNN,
Wait, you said CNN?
Yeah. I know, I always feel like I gotta, aired.
I love these people.
I know.
I love them.
CNN aired 4 minutes from Press TV,
Yes.
as Iranian state TV, solely based for propaganda. CNN aired 4 minutes directly from them. That's 4 minutes every Iranian watches their own TV. Just imagine that we watch more than they watch their own state TV, showing that the people of Iran are rallying against, rallying around the flag and are against the U.S. Attack on Iran. Is that true? Is that what you're seeing?
No,
in Iran? What are you hearing from inside?
That is a fake, and that is the little people that support the Islamic Republic, and they are a killer. They are the Basic forces, and the police are all time in the street, control the people, and they want the people scared. But my people don't scare. My people on 8th and 9th February from the called the King Reza Pahlavi, say them go to the street, and the people and
You started and
Okay,
my people.
I really want to. I want to hear. We got to hear these wonderful guests.
Sorry, my people are stand behind the King Reza Pahlavi, and we are here, the voice of the people of Iran.
let's ask Rahele one question. Now, if I may ask Rahele, we talked about this. what will it, as we're hearing that they're still killing people on the street, what will it take for people to go back on the street?
Oh, sorry, I can't.
Will they go back on the street?
Yeah. Sorry, I can't speak English very well, but I read because it's important. The people of Iran will go back to the streets. We have already shown our courage. We went out when the regime was not weak, when it was strong and violent, when we knew the risk was very high, and still people came. So now, when we see that the regime is weaker than before,
Thanks to President Trump.
yeah,
And our troops, and our brave troops.
Yeah, of course people will go back again. Of course, we will do our part. The people of Iran are ready. They just need the right conditions, less repression, and the chance to be heard. And when that moment comes, they will return to the streets again. People are waiting for the final opportunity. The return to the streets under the leadership of Prince Reza Pahlavi, and and determine their own future, because many people in Iran see him as the only opposition they trust, King Reza Pahlavi or Prince Reza Pahlavi.
So, Mercedes, I would love for you to look at the camera and send a message to your sisters in Iran, in Persian. Send that message of hope. What do you want them to know?
I just want to tell the people in here and my country, the Iranian people, we don't any reform. For example, the Qalibov, Khatami, Musavi, Rouhani, blah, blah. Yeah. We don't any reform in Iran, and my people very hopeful, very strong. They don't want Islamic Republic, and they are very happy. The President Trump killed the IRGC and Khamenei. And everyone. We are very hopeful. When I give the message from Iran, they are happy from the bombing, because they know the Islamic Republic weak and more and weak.
Hiba, I want to ask you, because there's always this concern in America that this could be prolonged, right? That this could turn out to be a prolonged situation, which is not where I think the American people want to be. What's your message to them?
I can promise you, Iranian people are ready to go back on the street. President Trump is providing the condition for, it is the job of Iranian people to take back their own country. It is not our American job. But what we're doing, we're making sure that our people, our children are safe, because we cannot tolerate, President Trump understands that he cannot let the biggest, greatest state sponsor of terror have nuclear weapon, and he's making the world safer for our children. And at the same time, while he's doing that, he's providing that window of hope and window of opportunity for Iranian people to take back their country. So it's working for both groups. And I am confident. I mean, these brave women, as they said, they went on the streets knowing that the regime was going to kill them, knowing that the regime was as strong as they can be. But now the situation is different. Iranians are ready to do their part. They will do their part. They will go out on the streets. It will not be an easy road for them. I am sure of that. I don't consider I don't want to say I'm Iranian. They are different. They have experienced
They are heroes.
They're heroes.
They are heroes in their countries.
And there is 90 million of them.
Yes.
92 million of them. There are 92 million.
And let me tell you, I have 5 daughters. Hiba has her beautiful daughter, Celine. I want my daughters to know these women. And I need you all to go home and tell your daughters, these are brave women who are willing to fight for freedom and for what is good. be inspired by them, be inspired by their stories. Know that they are not going to stop speaking up against brutality and terrorism that's happening in Iran. The madness needs to stop. We got to make Iran free again, and we're going to make sure that America stands strong by their side. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
In a time of broken promises, one man stood apart and kept his word. He secured the border, unleashed American energy dominance, cut taxes, defended women's sports, crushed crime, ended government weaponization, brought back jobs, defunded Planned Parenthood, cut off USAID giveaways, ended taxpayer funding for PBS and NPR, and protected American values. Promises made, promises kept. Donald J. Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Commies Go Home, the stories of the American heroes of Goshen. Please welcome CEO and founder, Breakthrough Ideas, Jeannie Eyes. No Goshen, Michigan activist, Lori Brock. No Goshen, Illinois activist, Jillian Rojas. Moderated by CPAC board member, Gordon Chang.
Hello, Patriots! Hello, great Americans! Have we got a story for you? The communists are everywhere in our country, and people ask, what can we do? What can I do? Well, these warriors have the answer, because they stopped the Chinese Communist Party. China's Goshen, one of the world's largest manufacturer of batteries, it was armed with hundreds of millions of dollars of subsidies from the governors of Michigan and Illinois, and they were going to build 2 factories in our country. But these women said, not so fast, and they stopped Goshen. So Lori Brock, you're from Michigan, where you stopped that Chinese company.
Yes, we are.
Tell us how you did it.
Well, it started, it's really kind of fishy because we didn't know anything about it. Our community had no idea what was going on until someone left us something in our mailbox. And then they said, you better get to your meeting. And we did, and we found out that they had already kind of pretty much bought off the local officials, and they were ready to break ground a month later. And we got back out and we said, we got to stop them. And so a few friends of mine got together, and we decided that we had to do something, and we had to take control of our community back. So we led a township recall, and we recalled all the people that were available to be recalled. And then we went to the next township, and we recalled them. And then we went to our county commissioners, and we took 5 of the 7 seats there as well.
So this started with a small group of townspeople who said they were not going to permit this.
Right. Well, and it was scary because they said it was a done deal. Over and over, we were told it was a done deal and there was nothing that we could do to stop it. Well, we had to prove that we were going to stop it, but they were brutal to us. I mean, they tried to ruin our businesses. They legitimately told me if I didn't stop, they were gonna do something to get my attention, and they poisoned 2 of my horses, one of which died. They just made our lives miserable, and they literally took elected officials and went to the county courthouse and tried to find dirt on me and other people in our community. What they wanted to do was ruin anybody that was trying to stop them. And it's scary, you know, and so we were trying to get people to stand up, and at the same time they're attacking me so hard that people were scared to stand up at first, but they realized that we were going to keep fighting, so they finally started standing behind us. And now our whole community, there's over 3,000 people there, and we've probably got about 8,000 people behind us that are, and we've you know, got these guys as well. So.
Yeah.
So in our own country, this Chinese company thought that it could intimidate the people of Green Charter Township, Michigan.
Right. The thing that's scary, and what we want to warn people about, is never to let these people into your communities. They got in, and now we're facing close to $1 million legal battle. And we're a community of 3,000 people. We started this fight with just us donating money. Everybody could. We gave as much as we could. And now we're stuck with this huge legal battle because Chuck Thielen, the vice president of Goshen, said repeatedly, if we're not wanted, we'll leave. Well, we proved that they weren't wanted when we did our surveys. Over 95% of the people didn't want Goshen. So we knew we were on the right path. But now they're leaving, but they're taking us to federal court. And we're getting sued, and there's no end in sight. They just keep coming at us. And I'm so scared for other communities that they're going to have to face the same thing, because they're trying to make an example out of us to show that they can bankrupt us. That way, you know, no one else will stick up for themselves. But we're going to fight back. You know, we've got a lot of plans, so.
Jeannie Ives, you've been leading the effort in Illinois. She's fresh from the battle. Now the struggle is in your community. Tell us what you guys are doing.
Well, Goshen did a two-part deal. First of all, they wanted a manufacturing plant up in Michigan, and then they wanted an assembly battery plant in Manteno. And so this was, again, part of the big green energy scam stuff that both Whitmer and Governor Pritzker are all in on. And so Governor Pritzker, this is the type of business that he wants to attract. And by the way, there's zero private job growth in the state of Illinois. The only job growth you get is when you incentivize with taxpayer money these companies to come in. And so he promised Goshen $536 million to start an assembly battery plant in Illinois. And then he backed that up with like all sorts of property tax deals and other incentives as well. And so nobody knew about this until there was a big announcement in September of 23. And that's when the local people found out about it. And immediately they started to organize against it. I'm more at the state level looking at this and saying, my son is serving in the Navy, and you're giving the #1 adversary of America, you're giving them $500 million to compete against us. This is insane. And so I started to help take up the fight with these folks, but really Jillian Rojas is a member of the Concerned Citizens of Manteno, which immediately organized against this Goshen plant in Manteno, a small city of 9,000 people. And so essentially it all started in a parking lot, really, and started saying, hey, we got to get to this community meeting, and I'll let Jillian pick up the story from there.
Yeah, thank you for having us here today to share our No Goshen, Illinois story. And so our mayor had signed some non-disclosure agreements under Project Unity and gone around to the different taxing bodies to secure $2 million in tax incentives, which would benefit Goshen. Initially, we started hearing about Project Unity. Then we heard that a lithium battery manufacturing Goshen, who is owned by High Goshen, was coming to our town. And when our governor came to town to make the announcement, that was when we linked Goshen and Project Unity together. And we knew at this point that we had to form a group of people, and we formed the Concerned Citizens of Manteno, and we stood together to keep the community informed about our lawsuit that we have filed against this company. And so we're working together to keep the community informed. It's a grassroots effort. We do not want this CCP-affiliated company in our town producing these lithium batteries, because they are very dangerous, not only to the local community, but to our water, to our national security. So we really are in this effort together to help to spread the word and to let people know that Even if you are just a grassroots person, you can make an impact on your community. You can get together as a group of people and say, we do not accept this. We do not accept you giving $125 million to Goshen, $530 in tax incentives at a local level. It's just, why are we giving this money to an adversary? Why aren't we keeping it here for the American people?
So, I mean, but it's really important to point out, when Jillian talks about $125 million, I'm talking about the fact that Governor Pritzker literally cut them a check for $125 million after he had approved this project, and they had this huge rollout with every Democrat leader you can imagine in the state of Illinois, with the head of ComEd there, with the head of Nicor Gas promising them brand new transmission lines, brand new gas piping, which, by the way, they want to get rid of in the state of Illinois, completely get rid of coal and natural gas and oil. They want to get rid of it, yet they are touting the fact that they were going to build Goshen, a Chinese communist-backed company, an EV battery plant, all this new infrastructure. And the $125 million that he wrote him a check for was used for a land grab around the Goshen plant, and used, actually, because money's fungible, used to actually defend against the lawsuit that the community started up against them. They're using our own tax money to try and put us out of business, to tell us to sit down and shut up. So
yeah, they've purchased over 231 acres of our surrounding farmland under a variety of LLCs. And members of our team have broke down these LLCs and linked all of their purchases. And you can check out more information on that at GoshenLandGrab.com, because we truly feel that behind the scenes, all these LLCs are linked to different CCP affiliated companies.
And ours goes right along with that same story. Governor Whitmer gave $715 million to Goshen. We can't get our roads fixed, yet all our tax dollars are going to fund a CCP-backed company. We are just disgusted by it. And the fact that we couldn't even get our environmentalists to help us. I contacted 38 different environmental groups in Michigan to get help because we're within a mile of the Muskegon River, which will dump right into the Great Lakes. Muskegon Watershed wouldn't help us, the Great Lakes Watershed wouldn't help us, Ducks Unlimited, you name it. Finally, I got so angry, I'm like, why will not anybody help us? And then off the table or whatever, they called me and said, we can't because our funding will get cut by Whitmer if we do help you. I said, so you're an environmental group, but you won't help save our environment? This is crazy, you know?
Yeah. Our plant sits 10 miles from the Kankakee, Illinois River, which is one of the cleanest rivers in the state of Illinois and in the country. And we don't even know how they're going to be filtering the water in this facility. So what's going to happen when the tables are poisoned and eventually leached into the Kankakee River, which eventually will run to the Mississippi River? So it's not just an Illinois problem, it's a USA problem. Could you imagine the Mississippi River polluted with lithium iron phosphate, synthetic graphite? I mean, what are we doing to our communities?
Well, and lithium is a forever chemical. It doesn't stop. So it's going to continue killing all the time, but they didn't care. Where we are at, we're right across the street from where the Goshen building was going, and there's a certified trout stream on my property, and they didn't care. It would be giving lithium dust every time they unloaded their semis, and nobody cared. And it's just very frustrating to see that you don't have any support from your state, and you know, it's like the people have to stand up. And we're here just to try to get people to understand that you've got to have a voice. You might be standing alone for a minute, but as soon as people realize what's going on and you tell them the truth, they're going to back you up. And that's exactly what our community did. And I'm sure that's what you guys, we all got connected as well because of this fight. And there's when you have numbers, you know, there's a great thing when you can bring people together to fight these type of companies.
But we appreciate Gordon Chang getting in the fight with us. When I had Gordon on my radio show a few different times, and he's just he's written about Goshen. He's taken an interest in Goshen. He's got some national attention, but we've gotten no local media attention on this at all, which is shameful. And in Illinois, where we're in the super minority as Republicans, you know, and then also there's all these other issues to fight, this issue gets left behind, but he's literally we are taking on big government and big Chinese all at the same time in defense of what we see as our national security interest too. The last thing you want is them building grid-scale batteries, which, by the way, is what happened. When they shut down the plant in Michigan from Goshen, which was supposed to be the manufacturing plant, and the Illinois plant was only supposed to be battery assembly. What they did is they moved the manufacturing to Illinois. And Governor Pritzker is super favorable to this type of stuff. In fact, just a few months ago, he passed legislation saying that they're going to spend $8 billion putting in grid-scale batteries, which is a total boondoggle. And now, so but Goshen is shifting from building EV batteries for like Rivian, which is just down the street in Normal, Illinois, to now building grid-scale batteries for his green energy fantasies of Governor Pritzker. So this is what's going on. They're moving the goalposts as the market changes, but they found a favorable place in the state of Illinois. I want to give a shout out, though, to both Congressman Darren LaHood and Congressman Molinar, because they did have the No Goshen Act, and they put provisions of the No Goshen Act into the One Big Beautiful Bill, and that basically takes away federal credits for these green energy scams, which is good, because obviously Goshen was counting on $7 billion of all of our tax money at the federal level. That looks like it's getting shut down, but yet the state incentives are so powerful in Illinois that they're continuing to fight us in court.
Jillian, we only have a few minutes left. What would you like to tell the American people?
I would just like to say, please remember that you can fight as a grassroots activist. We are standing up to a Chinese affiliated company, and you can check out more information about us at nogoshen-illinois.com. We also want people to be aware of the broader concern that this Goshen facility sits 20 minutes from the Kankakee, Illinois Army Aviation Recruitment Facility, and it also sits 90 miles from the Great Lakes Naval Base in Illinois. So we just want to keep spreading the word. We could really use some help with our lawsuit. If people want to check us out, we would love to share more information. And we really thank you for your time, for having us here today.
Lori?
I as well wanted to put a few shout outs to John Molinar helped us immensely, as did Pete Hoekstra and Joe Sella, Lana Tice. We've had a lot of political help, and we're very thrilled for that. A lot of this is national security as well. I live in Big Rapids, Michigan, which is right by Ferris State University. Had no idea that there was a cybersecurity program there, but the Chinese nationalists knew. And that's all they cared about, was seeing that building and going to school there or whatever. But that is such a breach of our top secrets. And it's like, why are they doing this? And we also have Camp Grayling, which is just 90 miles away as well, which is, a military base. We should not be doing this. And so I'm so thankful for the people that have stood up to help us. And we also have, if anyone wanted to help us, we have a group called www.protectmacasta.org. And that's for people to help us with donations toward our lawsuit. Because if we lose we're not going to lose the lawsuit, but fighting this lawsuit is costing us, a lot of money for a small township. And if we could get some help that way, that would be amazing, because we sure the heck don't want to file bankruptcy and have Whitmer get control of us. So thank you all for everything.
Thank you.
And Jeannie, wrap it up.
Well, I think my message to you is that every single election is important, and that goes to your city officials, your township officials, your state officials, obviously Congress. It's all important. You cannot just leave it up to the people who decide to show up. You have to show up and vote, and you have to tell people what's going on. So, you can't just leave this to chance. These elected officials will say one thing to get elected, they'll do the opposite. So then, once they're in office, you have to watch them. Again, everything that you're talking about here in Illinois and Michigan was done behind the backs of the constituents that these people purportedly were supposed to represent. And, it was all done with non-disclosure agreements, and it's really hard to fight after the fact. So the same lawyers that kicked out the Chinese Communist Party from their their farmland purchase near the air base in North Dakota are the same lawyers that helped with the Michigan deal. They're the same lawyers that the Manteno, Concerned Citizens of Manteno hired, but we're in the middle of discovery. The Chinese government, Goshen is slow walking discovery, and so is the village of Manteno and other affiliated people. So we're still in this fight to win that legal battle. I think that in the end we win, but they're going to try and wait us out and try and destroy us on the money side. Yeah. Yep.
So, Americans, we are going to take our country back. We are going to take our country back, one parking lot, one town meeting, one state at a time.
United!
So,
Stay united, America!
no Goshen!
No Goshen!
No CCP!
No CCP.
We are Americans.
America.
We stand our ground. We do not yield. And God damn it, we defend our communities.
Yeah.
So let those Chinese companies hear us.
Yeah.
USA! 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 Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
As Congress stalls on AI, it's the states, red and blue, stepping up to protect America.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, a candidate roundup. Please welcome Texas Attorney General runoff candidate, Texas State Senator Mays Middleton.
Howdy, CPAC, and welcome to Texas. Texas is Trump country. Just shout. Look, I mean, this is an exciting day for conservatives here. And first, I want to start out and say thank you to the voters of our great state. I came in top spot, a decisive first place in the primary. Won Tarrant County here by over 15 points. And look, the reason why is because it is Trump country. Our voters are just not going to forgive someone that has spent 10 years fighting against the president like Chip Roy has. He actually said that President Trump needed to be impeached. He sided with Liz Cheney, saying that she needed to be commended and not condemned, and even rewarded the transgender lobbyists to allow those surgeries to continue in the blue states. And we got to think about why we're really here today. The reason why we're here is one thing. It's to defeat the left, right? That's what this fight is really about. And all you really need to know about me is I am the only one in this Attorney General's race that's been protested at the Texas Capitol during this campaign. They had these big, ugly green signs with my face on it, and they called me the bathroom bigot. Why? Because I don't want men in my little girl's restroom or locker room or shower. It's common sense. And look, this is a calling for me. This is not a job. Like our president, I give away my salary. I don't take the pension. I don't take the health care. I don't take the state license plate. I don't take the lobbyist NFL tickets or the lobbyist ski trips. I am only here to serve and to fight for the conservative values that we believe in, and that is exactly what I've done since day one when I got elected in 2018. I was chairman of the Texas House Freedom Caucus. Now I'm in the Senate, always ranked as the top 1 or 2 most conservative members of the legislature. But it's more than that, right? This is a show me, don't tell me business. How tired are we of politicians telling us what they're going to do, right? They tell us all these things, they promise all these things. No, you got to show us the results. And I can show you those results. I took on the woke left-wing gender ideology, defeated them, got the Save Women's Sports Law passed. Riley Gaines was a huge champion on that. Also, the strongest women's privacy law in America, which we know what that does. It kicks perverted men out of women's restrooms and locker rooms. I defeated the atheists and put prayer and the 10 Commandments back into our schools. Because children need to know God's law. And how many of y'all have heard of James Tallarico before, right? Yeah, he's a lunatic, by the way. And this guy claims to be a pastor. And he said it's unchristian and un-American to put the 10 Commandments in schools. So what was my response to that? I donated 10 Commandments posters to the schools in his district and gave them in his honor. He didn't like that very much. I've taken on our foreign adversaries in Austin and stopped China from buying our land, designated cartels as terrorist organizations, tripled border security, and am now taking on one of our most growing threats, one of our biggest threats that you've heard a lot about today, which is Islamification and Sharia law. This is incompatible with our republic because they don't think we deserve the right to exist as Americans or as Christians. This is not a First Amendment issue. This is about putting America first and putting Texas first, and I will be blunt. Sharia law is organized crime, period, and I will treat it as such. And look, for 7 years, I've been writing these laws, drafting these laws, defending them on the House floor against attacks by Democrat attorneys, defending them on the Senate floor against attacks by Democrat attorneys. Who better to enforce these as Attorney General than someone that was on the ground floor writing these and already defeating the left to get them over the finish line? And because of that proven conservative record, that's why I've been endorsed by the leading grassroots groups you got to have to win a statewide primary, like Texas Values, Texas Homeschool Coalition, Texas Right to Life. Riley Gaines has endorsed me in this race. Also yesterday, we announced Aaron Wrights, who was endorsed by CPAC in the first round, has endorsed me in this race for Texas Attorney General. And the reason why MAGA has united behind me now is because Aaron knows, like we all know, we need someone in that office like me who will use every resource and tool to back up President Trump and his America First agenda, and that is exactly what I will do. And look, we know we can't have someone in that office that calls us MAGA-effers, and that if we don't like that, we can kiss his you-know-what. That's what Chip said. You know what that reminds me of? Hillary Clinton, basket of deplorables. Well, you know what? I am proud to be in that basket of deplorables. And that's why President Trump called me a MAGA champion and said my conservative record is second to none. And look, I'm not retreating from Washington, D.C., because I'm never going to Washington, D.C. Macy and I were blessed with 4 little ones, 3 boys, a little girl. They're my daily reminder of what we're fighting for here. And the reason why this fight is so important is we don't have another Texas to move to. This is it, right here. This is our line in the sand, and I will never back down, never relent in that fight to protect Texas, our conservative values, and our God-granted freedoms. May God bless you. May God bless CPAC. May God bless the great state of Texas. There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, let the captives free. Please welcome U.S. Special Envoy to Belarus, John Cole.
Hello. How y'all doing? Before I start my speech, I would like to just say on the war that 47 years ago, as a young and crazy attorney, I represented a bunch of the hostages who had been taken. I have talked to several of them since the war started. They see it as payback, and they want payback. Now, my job, and it's started out a little strange. I got a call from, I've gotten right now 500 political prisoners out of Belarus. I got a call one day about a year ago from State Department saying, can you go to Belarus? First thing I said was, where is it? And then they said, I said, well, when do I go? And they said, tomorrow. I said, look, I'm a little old for that, but I went tomorrow. Anyway, so I meet this guy, Lukashenko. He is the president of Belarus. He's been pretty much president there for 30 years, which tells you a lot. He's very good friends with Putin and Xi of China. They kind of have an old dictators club. So the State Department told me, look, the guy likes to yuck it up. He's got a sense of humor. So I did my stand-up routine with him. And we talked about getting this one American out, which took about 6-7 hours. He likes to toast with the vodka like you see in the movies. And I got the guy out. Then I saw that I had built a relationship which is pure Trump. I mean, building relationships with oppositions, anybody you have to deal with is important, and nobody does it better than Donald Trump. I mean, last week he had the mayor of New York in the Oval, you know, yucking it up with him. So I learned that from President Trump. I got in a good relationship with this dictator, and I decided I'd try for some more. So we talked about, you know, how to arrange it for some more people to come out, and I did. I went back about a month later, and I got 14 people out that time. The thing is, that's the first time you have still have the KGB. So the KGB takes you into the woods and you meet a van. And I'm thinking, I don't know what's going to happen here, but it might not be good. So, but it was. A van pulls up and there are 14 people in the van, and I open the door and they're all like this. They got their heads down like this. I found out later they thought that they were going to be executed. That's why they were in the van. So I opened the van and I said, you're free. Nothing. Then I said, no, you're free. And one guy looked around and finally I figured I had to say something. So I said, President Donald Trump of the United States of America sent me to free you. Boom. Everybody understood it. So then I go back to Washington, and my wife Greta, I'm married to Greta Van Susteren, we had a private dinner with President Trump, and this is about a week before, since I got back, and Greta says to the president, you heard about what John did with the 14 people? And he said no. So we told him, and he got a little angry that he hadn't heard it. So he said, get me that president's number. I want to call him. So the next morning I go in the Oval Office, and Rubio's there, and Susie's there, and I say, I got his number, and pure Trump, he says, get him on the phone. So, of course, Rubio freaks out, and so does Susie. We got to get a translator. We got to set this up right. So finally, I go to Rubio, and I say, let's do this tomorrow. Let's get everything in order. Well, tomorrow he was flying to Alaska to meet Putin. So he says, we'll do it off of Air Force One. So I'm still back in DC in the Situation Room, get on the phone, get Lukashenko, they have this great conversation, and talk about making deals, which we have made, and getting everybody out and getting normal relations between the two countries. And it's working. The kind of relationship I have with Lukashenko is, I told him, look, if you come to America and you go to a high school, at lunch, there's the good guys table and there's the losers table. You're at the losers table. And he says, what do you mean? I said, you're sitting at the losers table with Cuba, Venezuela, Iran, China, and you want to come over to the winners table. And he said, yes. Then, about a week ago or so, I called him up and I said, you're the only loser left. We've been taking out the other losers. So we made another deal. Last week, I got another 250 out. So and that put us up to 500. And I have so much support from President Trump on all of this, because we're trying to show that there's a side. We're not just always at war, which the world thinks. We have a side that is compassionate and cares for others, no matter who they are, people who are unjustly detained. And this shows that. And we've got about 800 more to go, and we're going to do that. So that is my job. Now, all of you, I want to read something to you, then I'll be finished. I want to tell you about a concept, one that comes from numerous acts of courage, since human history is shaped each time a man stands up for an ideal to improve the lives of others. Sends forth a tiny ripple of hope, building a current that can sweep down the mightiest wall of oppression and resistance. That's Bobby Kennedy in 1966, and it holds true today. It's what Franklin Graham does every day. He puts out ripples of hope for people. It's what even Todd, who you spoke to, every case that he wins for justice and truth in our side, sends out ripples of hope. And every time you all talk to your neighbors, that ripple goes out, and it grows and it grows. And you've seen it grow. We have a president because of those ripples of health. I want to thank you all very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Truth, Justice, and the American Way with actor and activist Dean Cain.
Hello, everybody. How are you? All right. Well, I guess it's good afternoon now, right? Well, I'm Dean Cain, and some of you might be wondering why. Hi. You might be wondering, why is a former Superman actor on stage at CPAC? Well, the answer is simple. It's because I believe in truth, justice, and the American way. Now, the crazy thing about that phrase is that DC Comics let that trademark expire. So I'm free to use that thing here on stage and anywhere else I please, and I do it all the time. But for some reason, that's seen as controversial. It's frowned upon by Hollywood and the mainstream media, which I find very strange. Look, the United States of America is not perfect. We are always striving for a more perfect union, as the preamble to the Constitution clearly states. So what is the American way? Well, for me, number one, individual rights. You know, the Constitution, yes, the Constitution limits the role of government in our lives, and it protects the rights of the individual, right? It's the old saying, you know, pure democracy is two wolves and a lamb deciding what's for dinner. It's always going to be the lamb. Number two, equality of opportunity, not outcome. That means no DEI, no CRT, and yes on merit. No matter your race, your religion, your social status, it doesn't matter, you earn it. Number three, competition, the ability to compete fairly without the government getting in your way. No men in women's sports. If you're Elon Musk, you're changing the world for the better with your innovative cars, which I happen to own one, thank you very much, and satellites, and rockets, and X. And you know what? If you're Elon Musk and you do all those things, you deserve to be a trillionaire, no matter what Elizabeth Warren or Bernie Sanders has to say. Hard work should be rewarded and celebrated, which creates wealth, which in turn creates self-reliance, not reliance on the government. And then we should have the ability to pass that wealth down onto our family. That's why we work so hard. Now, the theme here today is action, not words. And right now I'm giving you a bunch of words. So what about action? Well, when extremists on the left screamed, defund the police, I joined law enforcement. When the leftists shrieked, as they are shrieking now, defund ICE, I joined ICE. There we go. And when Hollywood said, oh my gosh, you're a conservative, you're canceled, I said, you know what? We're going to create a new platform called Proud American Studios. And I'm going to do a podcast called The Homeland, and I'm going to celebrate the United States of America, the greatest nation the world has ever known. And we're going to fight to keep it that way. So truth, justice, and the American way, okay? God bless you all for being here, and God bless the United States of America. Enjoy CPAC. I'll be short and sweet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Happy Warrior, featuring host of The Benny Show, Benny Johnson.
Hey, what's going on? How we doing, Dallas? What's happening? Persians for Trump. Look at my man. My boy's got the Persians for Trump sign on his shirt. How we doing, brother? What's going on, CPAC? Who liked seeing ICE in the airport on your way here? Who says a shout out to our ICE agents? And ladies and gentlemen, this morning is going to be a historic white pill. I have something beautiful for you today to see, a map out just this morning, something that is historic. The net criminal alien migration in all American cities, down some places double digits across the board, including in Dallas, Texas. 52% net negative migration here. That is what we voted for, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we voted for. I'm sick of the black pilling. I'm sick of people tearing at the movement from the inside. I want victories for our movement. Those victories have to be domestically here at home. So we are going to celebrate those. We're going to celebrate our historic movement this morning. Who's with me? Ready to go? Because this is what our border looked like just 2 short years ago. This was your Texas border. Any Texans in the house? What did you think when you saw this? Criminal aliens as far as the eye could see. This was a regular day under Joe Biden. This was an invasion. This is not migration. These are criminals, every single one of them. An invasion. Immigration without assimilation is an invasion. It is immoral. It says in Deuteronomy, you must protect your borders, otherwise you will be ruled by the foreigner. It's biblical to want strong borders. And ladies and gentlemen, this morning our borders look like this. Can I get an amen? Look at that, so fresh, so clean. Thank you. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you to everybody who made this America First movement possible. Because it was a massive coalition. It was a winning coalition. Look at this. Oh, wow, they have captions on the screen. You can't even see the numbers. Whoa, now you can just, hey, how are we doing? How's it going? How are you doing? Check it out. This is the border crossings under Trump, term 1, Biden, term 2. Look at what our movement has done, down to 0. Criminal alien border crossings down to 0. Also, foreign-born population collapsing for the first time in your lifetime or mine. God bless President Trump. Also, migration into American states. We are self-sorting as Americans, and red states are winning. People are fleeing blue states. They're coming to great states like Texas and Florida. Can I get a witness? And look at this. 40 billion, yeah, what's up, my Florida people? $40 billion of net migration income to red states. $40 billion lost from Kamala Harris states. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the America First winning movement. This is what our founders intended, that we get to vote and choose with our feet and our dollars. This, ladies and gentlemen, is federalism in action, and it's a beautiful thing. I would love to, since we are talking about the border right now, and I believe we have a special guest very briefly backstage, I would like to welcome out onto the stage our retiring Border Patrol Chief, Greg Bavino, who's here right now, and who I want to give a massive round of applause for delivering, ladies and gentlemen, these numbers. The man. Can we put this one back up on screen? Thank you, Greg. Put that, look at that. Look what Greg Bavino and his Border Patrol team did. Check this out. And here's an ICE agent.
I had to, Benny.
Oh, look at it.
Superman got me.
Superman's doing a bow. Superman doing a bow to Greg Bavino. This is the work of Greg and his team. Can we get a massive round of applause for our Border Patrol and ICE agents and Greg's work as the chief of the Border Patrol? The fake news hate him, libs hate him. This is Darth Vader for those people. He's the biggest bad guy, but he's a hero to us and the America First movement. Greg, you want to say a few words? You want to just say thank you? He's retiring right now. Let's give him a warm, warm welcome. Greg Bavino, say a few words.
Hey, Benny, thank you, thank you. Again, I did retire. I've actually been retired 24 hours now. I left my tribe, folks, but I joined another tribe, and that is you, that conservative CPAC movement, America. Thanks for having me here today. Thank you. Benny, thank you. Thanks. Good stuff.
Say it so the fake news can hear you. Let's hear it for Greg Bavino and his incredible job securing our border and our nation. Ooh, man. Libs hate that guy. Did you read the New York Times piece that just dropped on Greg Bavino? He's like, I would like to deport 100 million people from this country. Wait a second, there's 100 million criminal aliens here. We gotta get to work. How do we get to work? You know, I'm well aware that there's a lot of debates going on inside of our movement, okay? And this is why I wanna focus on the wins, because I know there are going to be a lot of people with a lot of different opinions inside of our movement, but I want to establish something very clearly here, that your enemy is not the people that you have good faith disagreements with inside your movement. Your enemy is the Marxist, and they're going to be running against us hard in the midterms and in 2028. And so I want to, with a single voice, establish this: that you are my friends. If you believe in a secure border, if you believe that there are only two genders, if you believe in marriage, if you believe that America is the greatest country on earth and that God shed his grace on thee, then you are my brethren. You are my America First movement. And if you believe in deporting communists like Zorhan Mandami and AOC, I don't think we can deport AOC. I don't know. But that's going to be the debate. I know there's a lot of debates going on right now. There's probably plenty of debates in this room. There's a lot of people with a lot of different opinions. And I love that. I welcome that. Isn't that the difference between us and them? That it's like totally chill to have a debate with someone if it's in good faith, if you just want the best for the country, if you agree in these core principles, then we should welcome that debate. We should want that debate. The problem is the side that stopped debating and the side that stopped talking and decided that we were less than human, and they got their guns and they started killing. And I'm sick of watching my president get shot in the head. I'm sick of watching my friends die on a live stream. I'm sick of the violence from the left. There's no argument with that. It's demonic, it's evil. We must disavow it, fight it, and defeat it. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not want Charlie to have died in vain. And so I come here with a unifying message. I'm well aware that there's debates online. I'm well aware that there's schisms and there's people who have different opinions and different feelings about what's going on, a lot of it foreign, some of it domestic. But I want to remind everyone how we won in the first place and what the future may have been without us uniting. A reminder. There was Charlie Kirk, who was constantly reaching out to the other side, constantly reaching out to people who disagree with him, constantly bringing people together in our movement who vehemently disagreed. Don't go check on some of the stuff that J.D. Vance said about Donald Trump, you know, in the 2016 election and so on. But it's Charlie Kirk who actually brought J.D. Vance and Donald Trump together. This is a Charlie Kirk legacy right here. Charlie Kirk united a Democrat, the most legendary Democrat from the most legendary family, a guy who was running as a Democrat against Donald Trump. They united on stage at a Turning Point event and created the Maha movement. This is awesome. And we got a great meme out of it. We got Donald Trump force-feeding RFK seed oils, which is hilarious. We should embrace that. Charlie Kirk brought together two of the most powerful men walking the earth today. Elon Musk, a champion of freedom, free speech, and humanity, with President Trump, who's thankful that Elon Musk has joined our movement. Oh, yeah. This, ladies and gentlemen, was the unity that won us so much in 2024 and saved America from what I believe is 1,000 years of darkness. And finally, who remembers little Marco? Marco! She goes, Marco! Marco's sister's in the front row here. You remember, this was literally where Donald Trump came up with little Marco. What you're watching right there is the little Marco moment in a telenovela. This was Telemundo debate. This was only 10 years ago. It wasn't that long ago. This is 2016. It's only 10 years ago. And look at what's happened now because of the unity of our movement and what we can accomplish together. Marco's going to become the next dictator of Cuba. It's going to be great. It's going to be fun. We should embrace that. Come on, he looks so happy about it. Give him a cigar, grow a beard. Who's excited to see it? Are there any Cubans in the house tonight? Any people who love liberty? Yes. Yes. God bless you. God bless you. Hopefully you can help Marco. You know, I'm sure he's going to need some patriots. That's what we can do. Who's proud of Marco Rubio, by the way? What an MVP. Marco Rubio, total MVP. It's like been shocking to me. Look at this. She's excited. Okay, that's right. Okay, we're getting like a mosh pit up here. This means, are we doing a good job? Okay, fantastic. Let's keep going because God's on our side. Okay? That's the difference between us and the left. I think it is critical for us to constantly remind ourselves that our God can do the impossible. Our God saved President Trump's life for this moment right here. God said in this moment, I'm not done with America yet. They intended to kill this man as a message to the rest of the world, ladies and gentlemen, that you are not allowed to be a patriot, a nationalist. You are not allowed to stand and save your country. And now we are watching liberty ring throughout the earth. It is a new 1,000 years of light, and that is because our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, saved President Trump's life that day. We all witnessed a miracle. We are all witness and inheritors of that movement. Peter says that Paul in Romans 12 says that God actually establishes the kingdoms of the earth. And that it is God who chooses the leaders. And he chooses those leaders in order to wield the sword for the terror of evil men and protect good men. Let that be our prayer today, that President Trump and his administration wields that sword for the terror of evil men. And ladies and gentlemen, let me show you what that terror looks like. It looks like President Trump elected on election day. It looks like Melania Trump's hat. It looks like every county in America swinging rightward. Every single county on election day in 2024, every one of them went more red than they did in 2020, and it looks like a red kingdom. This is the land you live in. This is your birthright. We live in a red kingdom. Don't ever let anybody tell you otherwise. You are the majority. Let's start acting like it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's also never forget what we are fighting against. Here it is. Dude, can you believe we actually lived through this? This is what they were trying to do to your children. At least he couldn't bite children, by the way, with the mask on. I think maybe that's the good thing about him. What was this? It's like a bad dream. You remember that time when the Secret Service said, hey, yo, pal, here's the direction to the Oval Office, and he just kept wandering into the bushes with the nuclear football? Kind of terrifying. People are worried about nuclear war now. What the hell was going on here? Please, please. We had such, are you sick? Were you sick of weakness? Wasn't it an insult every single day you open up your phone and you see videos like this? A live stream from Epstein Island, you know? It's pathetic, and this is something else that us unifying for cause saved us from. we never have to listen to Kamala Harris again. We will never listen to her again. The last time we ever had to hear Kamala Harris's voice, please God, was when she certified the election on January 6th, 2025.
Of the state
Here
of
it
Florida
is.
has received 312 votes. Kamala D. Harris.
Lay off it. Who's happy? Who here is happy that that woman is not in the White House, that Jill Biden's not in the White House, that Melania Trump is living in the White House today? Come on. I want to speak. I only have a few minutes left here. I have 2 minutes left exactly. I think we can do it right on time. So I want to just say something quickly about my brother, Charlie Kirk, because there's been so much. It's 6 months, almost to the day, that we lost Charlie. There has been much made about what forces took Charlie from this earth. And I want to speak to the bullet that was fired at my friend on that live stream that day. That bullet was fired directly out of malice and evil. The ideology that killed my friend, a father, a devoted husband, a leader of this movement, and a future president of our country was fired by a radical, leftist, transgender who embraced this radical, evil, demonic ideology. It's straight from the pit of hell. And I denounce it. God said in the first book of the Bible, I maketh them man and woman. Transgenderism killed Charlie Kirk. And I'm sick of transgender violence in my nation. I am going to state it clearly and profoundly at this moment that we must find the clarity of what and who we are actually fighting. The violent, radical, demonic left is our enemy. They want to kill us. They're done arguing. They've made that very clear. And ladies and gentlemen, unite with me in purpose to make sure that Charlie did not die in vain, that we can rescue our children from this demonic ideology, please. Say it with clarity. Say it. There's power in speaking truth. There's power in it. Ladies and gentlemen, without Charlie Kirk's sacrifice and how much he united this entire movement, we wouldn't have moments like this. Please, listen to this historic moment from one of the top doctors at HHS.
Women are women. Women can never become men.
And he goes on to say, men are men and can never become women. Who agrees with that? From one of America's top doctors. Look at this. As of this morning, the Olympics, this was published an hour ago, the Olympics have banned all men in women's sports. We would never have gotten that headline without your vote, without President Trump, without this movement, CPAC. And we would never have gotten this headline, young adults lead resurgence to church attendance. Without this moment, Gen Z now leads church attendance, the first time in human history that young people are going to church at greater rates than their parents. How awesome is that? We're living through a revival right now. Trump winning with young voters, something you never thought you'd see ever in your life. President Trump winning an absolute majority of young men in the 2024 election. That is a Charlie Kirk legacy and the legacy of this movement we are building together. When asked, and this is the most important thing I have to say, and it's in conclusion, and we're done. When asked what the major priority is for their lives, young Trump voters, men and women, said my number one priority is having children and starting a family. That is the culture war right there. That is the victory, ladies and gentlemen. Because the left, we're gonna just outbreed them. Can I get a witness? Can I get an amen? We're just gonna outbreed the left. You ever met a lib? They're hideous. Nobody wants to have sex with them. The pink hair, the yellow teeth. Plus they're cutting their dicks off. It makes it very easy for us. I don't know, it's not up to me. They're the ones who choose to do it. It makes it so easy. We have a historic moment right now. We can seize it. We can take it back. This was Charlie Kirk's memorial service. Ladies and gentlemen, who remembers it? Who watched it or was there? In conclusion, let's have this moment again. The unity, the clarity of purpose, the return to the foundational Christian principles of this nation. Let's remake this. Let's not forget this. And ladies and gentlemen, if we keep going, this is my family, by the way. I have, since moving to a red state, I have had 1 kid per year with my wife. So thank you, red states. Thank you, CPAC. This is the greatest motivation on earth, parents. Do you agree with me? Grandparents, do you agree with me? The greatest motivation on earth is what God commandeth us. God says it directly to Adam. The first command to Adam is this: go, be fruitful, and multiply. Protect the garden, protect your nation, and leave an inheritance for your children's children. Who's with me, CPAC? Let's go. God bless you. Thank you.
A lot of times that, these bureaucrats, they do things, and even when they get caught, nothing ever happens. And what we want to do, and what our committee wants to work with the Trump administration on, is holding these deep state bureaucrats accountable.
It is more important than ever to promote government transparency.
CPAC has tracked how lawmakers actually vote, separating rhetoric from record.
That is why holding lawmakers accountable
know standing up for them and who is selling out behind closed doors.
For decades, politicians have promised one thing at home and voted the opposite in the State House.
The public has a right to see every vote.
11 million Trump voters stayed home during the midterms. This is huge, by the way, because when you look at the congressional races, I think it's 28 out of the 39 kind of battleground districts that both parties are looking at. Donald Trump won in the 24 election. The Democratic base, the crazy left, the Marxists that Benny was just talking about, they are motivated. The Zoran Mandanis, and by the way, the Democrats are nominating a whole bunch of new Zoran Mandanis in these primaries, and we're going to have some huge advantages there. But I've always told President Trump, the first time he came back to CPAC after he left office, I told him that's when I knew we were going to win in 24. Because I knew how motivated the people were in this room, and they went back home, they went back to Washington State and New York, California, the battleground states, and they went and spread the message. We need to do that again. We cannot be complacent. These are, as the president said last night, these are the most important midterm elections in our lifetime. And oh, by the way, we all have to be in.
We absolutely do. You know, when I took over the RNC, I sat down, I had breakfast with President Trump. And after a couple minutes of chit chat, he looked me straight in the eye. He said, all right, Michael, what's the plan? Yeah. How are we going to win? And I told him, we are going to do two things, and only two things. We are going to get out the vote, and we are going to protect the ballot. We talked for about 20, 30 minutes about what it meant to get out the vote, and how we were going to motivate people who had Trump signs in their yard or Trump stickers on their truck, but they hadn't registered to vote, or they hadn't voted in 4 years or 6 years or 8 years. We were going to get them to go vote early. We were going to get them to vote by mail. We were going to get them there on Election Day. We spent about 20 minutes talking about election integrity and the fact that I was going to build and did the first ever national election integrity program at the RNC and make sure that we were going to stop the steal.
Yep.
And that is how we were able to win that election cycle in 24. We need to do the same thing. And we need you. And we need every person who pays attention in this election cycle. We need every conservative, every Republican, every patriot across this country to focus on two things. Get out the vote and protect the ballot. And when we get that done, we are going to be able to expand this majority in the House. We'll expand our majorities in the Senate. And we will make absolutely sure that Donald Trump is going to get a 4-year term, not a 2-year term, because if the Democrats win again, like they did in 18, it is impeachments, it is hoaxes, it is investigations, and it is an agenda that is off the rails. Elections have consequences, and this is, as John just said, the most important midterm that we've ever had in our country. And we cannot let the woke mob, we cannot let the left win this election cycle and take away this agenda that we're fighting for every single day.
Thank you. And one last thing, I'm not going to be happy if we just keep the majorities. We need to increase the majorities. And one more thing, make sure you vote in the CPAC straw poll. It's at the top of the app, literally right at the top. Let your voice know who you prefer in the 28 presidential primary, plus a lot of other issues in there. Thank you. We appreciate it. Great job. Great job.
on this panel, because you're used to being the star of the TV show, and now you got a more important job, the star of getting us all healthy and getting our act together.
Well, it's keeping our country healthy, which is one of the best investments we can make as a nation, because it adds, if you can just get folks so darn healthy, they want to keep going at what they're already doing in life. It's worth about $1 trillion to our economy, but the host usually sits here. So I'm going to take the prerogative, Matt. This is like two Broncos in the arena, and tackle some of the biggest challenges that we are seeing on the inside. And if it's okay, I'll start with the corruption, the fraud.
CPAC is yours, Dr. Oz. Take it away.
Been wrestled the power from Matt. So if you're sitting in our seats, and Steph Carlton, Deputy Administrator, has been the architect of a lot of the really important work we've done around MAHA and around some of the sex-rejecting procedures that we're no longer paying for with tax dollars as we finish the process. Chris Klump, Deputy Administrator in charge of Medicare, working with Secretary Kennedy, which you'll hear from him on Saturday. But Chris is the architect of the most favored nation drug pricing, which is the single biggest advance in affordability, which he'll regale you with. But let me start with something that is on all of your minds, because we've been hearing from you about it, which is the fraud, the waste, and the abuse, which we believe is taking $100 billion out of our healthcare system. But more than the money, if you're willing to steal someone's cash, you're willing to steal their health and even their life. And we're witnessing this happen in states around the country. Our administration has sent letters to Minnesota, where you saw what happened with Somalians and others taking advantage of the system, an autism program that was supposed to be $3 million. They lied and got mothers to lie that their kids were autistic. That's now a $400 million budget. That's tip of the iceberg. We've deferred a fair amount of money to them already to make sure that they fix some of the past billing they've done, but there's lots more going on. Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles, has 1/3 of all the hospices in the entire country. Not California, literally, in the entire country, 1/3 of our hospices are in Los Angeles. That's impossible unless you're literally looking the other way, pretending it's not happening. We're seeing fraud in New York State, where the #1 job of all, Matt, the #1 job of all is not retail. You think about Manhattan and Fifth Avenue, the #1 job in New York State now is being a personal care assistant. Basically, you call up and say, I can't get the groceries upstairs, I want to hire my son, so the state hires your son. Federal taxpayers picking up a fair amount of the tab, most of the tab, and now that has become a jobs program in New York State, which I'm concerned about because we're hearing that unions are trying to get involved to unionize these folks, which just becomes a further grift on the system. And again, this is not a flaw for many, it's a feature of what they're doing. When they are able to do things that allow more individuals to get on these programs, by law, when you sign someone up for Medicaid, you also have to offer them voter registration. So there's a lot going on here that explains why people have allowed this corruption to persist, but it's there nevertheless. And you know, it's happening all over the country. South Florida has twice as many durable medical equipment suppliers as McDonald's. These guys sell wheelchairs and knee braces. Now, one unifying factor, there are foreign governments involved in some of these activities. I want you to recognize that. We have Cubans involved in South Florida. We have Russian mafia in California. We have Chinese involvement in Flushing, Queens, where I happened to visit recently, but it's involved in the boroughs. And we have corruption with Somalians that we mentioned in Minnesota. So there are foreign governments or foreign nationals being involved in a lot of these activities, and they're taking it, like Medicare is a piñata, and Medicaid is the fundamental safety net of the country is being whipped to try to get money out of it, and we have got to take this stuff on aggressively. And the president created a task force. Matt, he announced it during the State of the Union address. Vice President Vance is leading that task force. We had a press conference with him the day after the State of the Union. The first thing out of the gate was to make sure everyone knew we were going to put a national moratorium on new suppliers of durable medical equipment, so you can't scam us anymore. And we will not take a step back till we fix this corruption. And just to put some number, if you're worried about, how many people here are worried about Medicare being there for them when they get to 65, right? It will, if we deal with the corruption in Medicare, it will double the life expectancy of the Medicare Trust Fund. Double it. So it's worth doing this, in addition to the fact that our most vulnerable deserve it. Now, I want to take that affordability message to Chris, because what he has accomplished is a signature achievement of the administration. Everyone said it was impossible. What was the problem, and how did you fix it?
Look, everyone here knows that President Trump inherited an unaffordability crisis, but he's working to fix it. Let me give you an example or two of what's happening. Right now, America develops life-saving medications only for the rest of the world to get them for a fraction of the cost. Get this, we pay 3 times what citizens of every other wealthy nation on the planet pay for the drugs that we developed here in the United States. We fund more than half of R&D. That's a global ripoff, and that ends. That's foreign free riding under President Trump. That's the end. There's a personal cost to this, though. It's not just big numbers that we talk about. 1 in 4 Americans show up to the pharmacy counter and they don't pick up their prescription because they can't afford it. That's a moral failure. That's a global travesty, and that ends as well with one simple principle. MFN, most favored nation policy led by President Trump. What does that mean? It means that we will not pay more for a drug than any other wealthy country. That's it, starting now. It's simple, it makes sense, it's powerful, and it's powerful because it's rooted in the principle of fairness. So already, folks said this couldn't be done, by the way. We've negotiated with 17 initial pharmaceutical companies representing the majority of the pharmaceutical industry. Already we're seeing other countries show up, and they understand, they got the message. If you want to continue to access America's life-saving innovations, you're gonna pay your fair share. And in the process, we've seen GLP-1s, life-saving GLP-1s that help with diabetes and cardiometabolic disease come down by half. Fertility drugs for families that are trying to grow their family that have come down by as much as 68%. This is affordability in the pockets of every American. This is fairness. This is the principle of America First negotiator that is President Trump. And that's what we've seen with most favored nation pricing.
Can I ask a question, Doctor? You have this question of what we pay for drugs, but it always seems to me like one of the biggest problems is everyone's taking too many drugs because they're not healthy. If we get everyone healthy, won't we have less reliance on everybody having to take all these medications?
We're twice as expensive in our healthcare coverage than any other country on the planet, in part because we're twice as fat as every country on the planet. And that is the core of the MAHA movement, which I'd love Steph to walk you through, because that has to happen. We must become healthier as a nation. It's not only good for you and your family and the people you love, but it's actually your patriotic duty at this point to stay healthy. You'll enjoy it more anyway, but we can't keep up. Our life expectancy is dropping despite these investments. Steph.
Yeah, I mean, I think the question so many families are asking is, why is it so much harder to raise healthy kids in America than it was a generation ago? It's because the system is stacked against families today. If you think about it, our grocery stores are flooded with ultra-processed foods. They're easier to find than fruits and vegetables are in many places. We've traded out physical activity, walking around outside, kids playing outside, for screen time. And we have a system that is rewarded and paid exorbitantly, I might add, when you get sick instead of focusing on keeping you healthy. That system is making us sicker as a country. Let me tell you this, the Trump administration is here to take on that system, and we're doing it. One of the first things Secretary Kennedy did was take on the food industry in Washington. All the lobbyists that made dietary guidelines confusing, that ended up influencing advice so that you weren't given the truth about what makes you healthy. And we changed all that last year. We got back down to common sense guidelines that are easy to understand, that are ultimately about taking ultra-processed foods out of our diets and eating real whole foods, fruits and vegetables, steak. They're about, instead of calorie counting and being on counting every brownie and feeling guilty about what you do, it's about metabolic health and thinking about being healthy and, again, eating these whole foods. Instead of these complex guidelines, it's about getting back to common sense, getting back to the truth, getting back to science. We started there, we didn't stop there. We're taking on the rest of the system, every single program in Washington, in the government, where the incentives are stacked against you, and we're refocusing on them, on how to make you healthy again. And if we get that right, it's gonna be easier to raise healthy kids in America. And almost more importantly, it's going to be easier to live your fullest and best life as an American.
And Matt is a walking example of this. He looks like a gazelle. Or an antelope, but you know, that's a good example.
That's because I eat a lot of charcuterie, okay?
So if I can pivot for a second. So the most ambitious health legislation ever was the president's signature working families tax cut legislation. And in that legislation, there are two things that I want you to have on the radar. And I say this to you because as CPAC members, you're the ones who go out and talk about this at the water cooler or the bar, or wherever these conversations happen. Issue number one, the president felt that America does best when it works. And so in the legislation, we have a work requirement for people to get free health insurance on Medicaid. Now, this was not done to be mean to people who are able-bodied on Medicaid. They were never supposed to be on Medicaid. When Medicaid was created 60 years ago, that wasn't even a thought anyone would entertain. But it's become the norm. And so the president said, and Congress passed the law, that you've got to work 20 hours a week or volunteer or go get an education. Community engagement, get yourself better. So this administration has gone out there, we've negotiated contracts, we're working and rushing on this to get it done by the end of this year, so that starting January 1st, to get and earn free health coverage, you have to do something to help yourself, to show you have agency over the future, which makes you healthier by itself. The other thing, Matt, the largest investment ever in rural America. How many of you live in rural America? Put your hands up. Oh, good. About 20% of the audience. Statistically, it's 60 million people. We are putting $50 billion into rural health care to right-size it, to get it back up to where the rest of the country is, because life expectancy in rural America continues to shrink and shorten. We are dramatically going to change that. This money is out in your states. You talk to your governors. You make sure the money goes out into the homeland, goes into the rural areas where it can do good, to bring in more healthcare workers, to bring technologies that can be beneficial. We don't want people dying because they grew up in the wrong zip code. All of us, any great country takes care of its most vulnerable. We're going to do that. Now, that stated, that's the major advance we're making here in America, but we have got a big threat. We're effectively, I guess, intellectual warfare with a country that is threatening us in many ways, but there's one you haven't thought of yet, and Chris is taking it on.
We face a national security threat right now that hasn't been named meaningfully until President Trump. It's not one of missiles and tanks. It's of laboratories and life-saving medications. It's a war right now with China on American innovation and biotechnology. Why does this matter? Why is this such a big deal? Well, while we were sleeping, China was planning and they were plotting and they were growing. Less than a decade ago, they counted for about 3% of all new pharmaceuticals coming to market. This year, they're verging on 40%. Why should you care? Because they're learning from us, they're stealing our IP, and there are real threats. This isn't just lack of access, this isn't just lack of market share. This is trillions of dollars of American IP being siphoned off that we lose. We'll lose our physicians, we lose our best scientists. Worse, we lose control of our destiny. We lose control of life-saving medications to a foreign country, a foreign power that does not share our values, but will dictate what medicines are made and who will get them. The good news is President Trump has named this, and there is an American First agenda right now. It's led by Marty McCary, the commissioner of the FDA, who's focused on this. We choose to believe in American exceptionalism. We choose to believe that America is at its greatest when you back us into a corner. And right now, China is trying to do just that. And it's been doing that for the last several years until now. Now we're focused on innovating. There are things that we can do. No longer should we take 15 years to bring a new molecule to market, a new life-saving medication. It's time for a new medicine's moonshot. Instead of the slog of 15 years, we should be sprinting toward 5. We should cut the price in half and lower. We need to bring new innovations in. We need to protect our IP. We need to incentivize not bureaucracy, but speed and American innovation. That's exactly what the president has called for. It's exactly what we're doing so that we can overcome this threat.
Now, it takes brave action, and you cannot bend to corporate lobbyists to accomplish these goals, because the Chinese have infiltrated at many different levels. So they come at you in a very clever way, but it has undermined our creativity. Now, there's a problem that was not created by some other country. It was created by woke individuals who have lost their way and who perverted science. We saw that during COVID, that you can take over science if you do it the right way, and they also tried to do it with sex-rejecting procedures. Now, without getting into all the backdrop of what's wrong with people who think this is right, the president promised to address it. He campaigned on this, and it has been delivered to you because the president would not take no for an answer. This came up constantly. The president, by the way, can attest for all of us. He calls you at all hours. He will follow up on stuff. So Steph was the tip of the spear on this. It's the thing you applauded for loudest when we started. I'd love for you to just take a bow for doing it, but then explain, tell them what they've won.
Thanks, Dr. Oz. When it comes to our country's kids, I think that's very simple. First, do no harm. And you know, I'm a nurse, started my career working in a hospital with patients, and an important part of my training was to understand when it's important to slow down, ask hard questions, and protect the patient, especially when the stakes are this high. And let me tell you, when you've got little girls that think they might be little boys, and the first instinct is to talk about cutting off their reproductive organs, something is wrong. We've got to slow down and stop and protect these kids. So that's what we've done. We've slowed down, we've asked hard questions, we've raised the bar on science. And the odd thing is, I think a lot of parents in this country start to ask, why is it so hard to protect my kids? The reason is woke ideology is crowding out science. In this situation, the science is very clear. It's not there. The evidence is weak and it's missing, and people are jumping to these things that hurt kids. And so we've said, let's stop, let's go back to basics, let's understand where the evidence is weak. When a kid comes to you and asks questions because they're anxious or they're depressed or they're scared, let's go figure out the least invasive thing. Let's help them get counseling, go talk to their parents, have hard conversations before we try these experiments on kids. And let me be clear, we've stopped these experiments on kids.
You know, Stephanie, what if we stopped telling our kids that the world was going to end next year because of global warming? Maybe everyone would relax a little bit. What if we stopped telling our kids that all their parents and grandparents are racists who are hateful people and that America is this rancid place to be born? I think we create a lot of this anxiety in our kids with all this crap that's coming through phones and TV sets and everything else. I think that's almost like the great reset that's going on. There's something healthy about stopping to consume all that garbage.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I look at our healthcare system and our country's health, and I am more optimistic today than ever before in my life. Now, and there's a bunch of rational reasons for this. You know, there's a fine line between vision and hallucination, right? Other people have to see it for it to be real in a vision. But we have so many tools, and I've had great jobs, as you have, Matt. Chris built a massive business and gave it all up to come in. Steph was a massively successful corporate
leader. What do you mean,
leader.
Chris is a future CPAC donor? Is that why you have me seated by him? This is good. I like this.
Never missing.
Never missing.
Yeah, don't turn your back on him. Just adjust your chair.
We just mingle this way.
But this is the best job I've ever had because the people in the business, these folks gave up everything because this is a generational opportunity for us together to make this happen. And what I would love to open everyone up to a little bit is the possibility that technology might have a role here. We have parts of the country where we don't have enough doctors and nurses. We have technology because we're still leading in that space to be able to provide services that are supported with technology. If I'm a doctor, and I am a doctor, and I'm busy as stink, and I can't take care of everybody, if I have AI do the intake for my patient, that's a good thing. You should want that. It allows me to have more flexibility, look at you in the eyes, use my prefrontal cortex to read you, because that's what we do with our prefrontal cortex. That's why you learn so much from looking at someone in the face and studying them instinctively. That's why babies stare at us, they're learning. So we've got to take that natural human instinct that we have and do what America's always done. Innovate, grow, prosper, take risks, and support people who want to go in that vanguard. We're here as a team, on behalf of the president, recruiting you. Come work with us, chip in, write about us, talk about the things you've heard up here. Don't let folks out there tell you false narratives, because they will. Defend what the heartland has always known deep in our hearts and our souls to be true. There is a North Star, and we're following it, and we will not be hindered or hobbled in any way as we pursue that. You've got wonderful folks who want this country to be great. Make sure you're there supporting, put wind in the sails, or put your own sail up. Do what Matt did, and just make sure you give people a chance to be heard. God bless you.
Yeah, great. I want to just say before we close, Barbara Lowy, stand up, Barbara. She's helping head up our MAHA coalition at CPAC, so everyone go see Barbara. She's like the smartest person about medicine you'll ever talk to. She knows it all. And know that I think this is a really important part of this coalition. You know, there's been conservative issues that are more routine as part of what might be part of an agenda for a conservative movement, but they've been lying to you. They tried to tell us all kinds of fraudulent things during all the corona stuff. We have found that medicine and science has been politicized. So take a healthy dose of skepticism as you consider these things. Join Barbara, join our cause, and let's give it up for these guys for really helping make America healthy again. Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Oz.
Let's just get a photo here.
Wow. You all are rowdy out there. How's it going so far? Amazing. Well, Okay, Tom. I think they love you here. Do you all love Tom Homan?
How about a God bless President Donald J. Trump?
Okay. All right, let's get going now because we have a lot to talk about, Tom. It's really an honor to be with you.
No,
really.
I'm happy to be here.
And from the bottom of my heart, like, we appreciate you so much for all you're doing for President Trump and our country. So let's get right to it.
And just, Marco Rubio has nothing on me. I got more jobs than he does.
I was gonna say, how many jobs do you have right now? Because apparently now you're handling the airports too.
Yes. Look, the brave men and women of ICE are stepping up to help secure the airports, and with the people that left TSA, the people that are calling in, because they got to go get a job to feed their families. Right. We got to fill those gaps because the security of the airports is important. We got a heightened threat posture right now. We need to make sure the airports are secure. We need to help Americans get through those lines. And if we see any illegal activity in the airports, we're going to make arrests.
Amen. But I got to ask you, there's this guy, his name is, Hakeem Jeffries. Do you all know who he is? Okay. And he said that these ICE agents, that they're going to shoot people in the airport. I mean, are you serious? Is this seriously, like, this is an actual leader of the Democrat Party?
Yeah, he's a joke. But and I say that because of this reason. He's the same one that wants masks taken off, right?
Right.
But he continues to terrorize the public, giving a false sense of ICE are Nazis, secret police, they're racist. So because of his rhetoric, threats are up 8,000%. That's why they're wearing a mask. So if you want the mask off, stop the hateful rhetoric against ICE officers that increases the threat. So, right now they're demanding mask off. That's a non-starter. We're not even talking about it because until you stop your language, we're not taking the mask off.
You are talking to ICE agents every single day. What's their morale? How are they feeling? I mean, they're getting assaulted. They've been attacked. They're going after their families. I mean, how is it right now to be an ICE agent in America?
The morale's still high because they work for a great president, greatest president of my lifetime. And plus they get to do the job they want to do. I mean, for 4 years they couldn't enforce immigration law. Same with the men and women of the Border Patrol, who I love. But they weren't able to enforce the law. They wanted to enforce the law, right? So now they're able to uphold the oath they take. They're enforcing immigration law. Look, they're overworked tremendously. But you know what? Every day they get up and put that Kevlar vest on, come to work to protect America. I love each and every one of them. And I promise the men and women of the Border Patrol and ICE, I came back twice from retirement. My wife's still pissed off. But I tell you what, I will have their backs to the day I die because they're the finest 1% this country has.
And I want to say, can we give literally a round of applause to Mrs. Homan and the family who has supported Tom Homan in allowing him and saying, yes, go back and serve this great country and this great president.
And to every spouse and child of ICE, and look, the threats are up 8,000%.
Yeah.
Wives, spouses, and children are being doxxed. They're being followed to school. Death threats against their spouses and children are a real thing. So men and women of ICE and Border Patrol make a hell of a sacrifice, but so don't their families. So a shout out to all the families of ICE and Border Patrol. God bless you.
So President Trump has so many achievements. I mean, so many achievements. What he's been able to do in 1 year is truly remarkable. And you're in that room with him. You're in the Oval Office. You're advising him every single day. What is he telling you?
He's happier than hell. I mean, look, bottom line is, when he called me to come back the second time, he says, I want you to do 3 things. I want you to secure the border. I want you to run a mass deportation operation. I want you to find these missing children, right? Right today, we have the most secure border in the history of this nation today.
Let's break that down further before we go into the other 2 here. So on the securing the border, it is remarkable. Okay, compare Biden years. I'm not hearing a boo when I say Joe Biden, people. Come on. We do audience participation here. Joe Biden years when it comes to the border. Who came through that border? And now, under President Donald Trump, what has happened?
Well, over 10.5 million illegal aliens came to the border that we know of.
Yeah.
We don't know the unknown gotaways, but we also have 2.1 million known gotaways captured on video, drone traffic, or sensor traffic. Why did 2.1 million people pay more to the cartels to get away? Why didn't they pay less, turn themselves into Border Patrol, get released in 24 hours, get a free airline ticket to the city of your choice, get a free hotel room, get 3 meals a day, get free medical care? Why did 2.1 million people pay more not to take advantage of that giveaway program? That's just scared the hell out of all of you, because it scares the hell out of me.
Yeah.
Well, thank God we got President Trump in the Oval Office, because we're removing thousands of these national security threats with the help of the FBI and the intelligence communities. But we got a lot more to find.
And you've got...
Under Joe Biden, 12, 13,000 a day. You know what it was yesterday?
What was it?
121, and not one was released.
Wow.
Now, 12,000 to 121.
And that is just in one day.
One day.
When you were talking about a month, how much would have been under Joe Biden?
A what?
In a month.
Oh, it was 180,000. I mean, they hit almost 2 million people coming to the border in just 1 year. Look, what happened on the border was the biggest national security failure I've ever seen in the U.S. government, and people need to be held accountable. We can't forget what they did to this country. We need to hold people accountable.
And we're in this great state of Texas. It's so remarkable. I mean, talk about, they're on the front line, and they're actually working with the federal government to make sure that we can secure our border. Talk about that relationship with the state.
Look, I have a close relationship with Governor Abbott. Like him or love him, he, under the Biden administration, stood up and secured the Texas border as best he could. Look, and everybody says, well, you got Texas DPS and you got the National Guard doing something not their job. Let me tell you what Governor Abbott did. By every illegal alien they arrested, less fentanyl got in this country, kill Americans. No inspector terrorists got through because everybody was vetted properly, unlike the last, Biden administration said they vetted everybody. No, they didn't. They didn't properly vet them. Governor Abbott did. The DPS, the Texas DPS, the Texas National Guard, God bless you. America loves you because you set the example for the entire nation.
And so moving into on this deportation, you were in charge, as the president said, okay, Tom, I need you to implement this mass deportation program. Give us an update on that.
I looked at the numbers this morning. Since you've been in the Oval Office, we're about 827,000 deportations. And that beats any record. I mean, under Obama, I actually got an award from President Obama for record deportations. They forgot about that. Anyways, the record was 409,000.
Right.
We beat that. We almost doubled it. And we're going to continue. We just hired 10,000 more deportation officers, a few thousand more to come. Well, if you think the numbers were good last year, wait till this year. We got a lot more resources on the streets. We're going to have a lot more resources on the street. Which brings us to another issue. I see there's a lot of language out there that President Trump's backing off on mass deportation. No, he's not. Look, people are saying I'm not serious about deportations. I've read this lately. I've overseen more deportations than any man since the Eisenhower administration. Tom Homan is now weak on deportation. As a matter of fact, my chief of staff, who you met, she came out to me, she looked at the Eisenhower number, your number's actually better. So look, President Trump's serious about it. He's going to do it in a smart way.
Right.
Look, we got sanctuary cities putting a roadblock. You got Congress wants to abolish ICE. It's less efficient than it could be, but I talked to Todd Blanche an hour ago. We're suing the hell out of sanctuary cities. We'll get the numbers we need.
And there's a phenomenon also happening with self-deportation. So we also have that opportunity of people saying, okay, you're going to get paid a certain amount of money and we can facilitate and get you out of the country. How effective has that program been?
It's been real good, and the numbers there are high, but the ones who are leaving on their own, and CBP has an ability to track when they log in down on the border. Look, we're over 2 million self-removals, and the reason that is because they know ICE is out there. There's no free zone anymore.
Right.
You enter this country legally. If you're in this country legally, we're looking for you.
Yeah.
We're going to find you. We're going to deport you. And that message, ICE activities, people want to attack ICE. One of the reasons we have the most secure border in the history of this nation is because of the great work of the Border Patrol and President Trump's leadership, but it's because people are seeing what ICE is doing across the country, and they're saying, hell no. I don't want to give my life savings to the criminal cartel to get the border and not be released, and if I happen to get by the Border Patrol, there's no free zone anymore. ICE is looking for it. Under Biden administration, he told ICE, you can't arrest an illegal alien unless he's convicted of a serious offense. President Trump says get them all, and that's what we're doing.
Get them all. And I think one of the effects of securing the border, one of the effects of having ICE on the streets is making our cities more safe. There's no question. We're seeing murder rates going down in these cities. I mean, what's your sense in what ICE has been able to do to identify these gang members, these illegal aliens who are criminals in our country, that we've seen these tragic stories of women being raped, young women being killed? Tell us about that. What's the impact in these cities, in our communities, knowing that ICE has taken out a lot of these illegal aliens who are criminals?
Well, it's a significant, like if you look at, let's just say 825,000, we average between 60 and 70% of those we arrest are criminals. You're talking over 500,000 public safety threats that we kicked out of this country. That's going to have a significant impact. Oh. And that's why we say we'll prioritize it. And I want the folks to know, just because we say we're prioritizing the public safety threats and national security threats doesn't mean we're not looking for everybody else. And that's why I said right now the number is about 62% criminal, the other 38% are non-criminals. We're going to enforce an immigration law without apology. But if you got a child rapist here and an illegal alien here, you're going to get this guy first. Yeah. But you're not going to forget about this guy. You're going to get him too, but it's just a matter of who you get first. But I want to be clear. The instructions to ICE is to enforce immigration law. You find an illegal alien, you're going to arrest him. If he's not a criminal, I don't care. You're going to arrest him. When we find him, we're going to arrest him. We're going to deport him.
The other piece of this are the missing children. Yeah. And, you know, I know for us at CPAC, we have the CPAC Center for Combating Human Trafficking. You know, we've talked to victims. We've had engaging with them, understanding the atrocities. And you hear about these rape trees in Arizona where they bring over the cartels, bring over these young women who are then raped in places in Arizona. They're sex trafficked, they're sexually assaulted. I mean, it's truly, it's horrific to watch what has happened and what was allowed to happen under the Biden years. Tell us about this mission of finding the missing children.
Well, like I said, the first conversation when the president called me to come back out of retirement the second time, he gave me those three things. And I was honest with you, we've got the most secure border in history. I told the president, we'll do that because the men and women on the Border Patrol know how to do it. They did it in Trump 45. So I'll take that's easy. But I'm not taking credit for secure border. I'm giving the credit to the men and women wearing that green uniform and that blue uniform who did their job because they're allowed to do their job. So thank God for the United States Border Patrol. Massive deportation. Now, I just said we got record number of arrest deportation. We're going to do a lot more because we just hired a lot more people. The children, I was honest with the president. I said, that's the hardest one. I says, because to find people, like you all in the audience, you own a car, you own a home, you're paying bills, you got a credit card, we know how to find you, right?
Right.
A child don't have.
Please don't try to find me, Tom. Just.
But children don't have that digital footprint. I explained to the president, they don't have the digital footprint, so we got to count on the digital footprint of who they were released to, these unvetted sponsors. And when we started this operation, we quickly found out, number one, they weren't vetted properly. Number two, the addresses were never verified.
That's
so
right.
We're going to addresses at our supermarkets and parking lots and city parks. So the men and women of ICE and FBI have been busting their butt trying to find these kids, and they've found right around 145,000 missing children.
And I believe.
And let me say something. That's 145,000 missing children that the last administration lost and weren't even looking for. Yeah. And did we rescue them out? Look, some of these children were with their parents just hiding out, but many, too many, were victims of sex trafficking, being sold for sex, and being in forced labor. President Trump's leadership literally saved thousands of young children's lives, and we're not done. I have promised the president, the president promises the American people, we'll do everything we can to run down every lead. And when we finish the leads, we'll do it again. Until the last day of this administration, you got my word. We'll not give up in this effort to find every one of them.
And then, you know, when you go back to this, I remember hearing stories about, and when I was at the White House, that they would explain, they would literally, the kids would have the same address. So they would send like 200 kids to the same address, to the same quote unquote sponsor. Then they weren't doing DNA testing either. So really, I mean, I just can't imagine. Like, I can't understand how the Biden administration just wouldn't get that right.
I don't understand it either. I mean, people want to say that the Trump administration, you know, are inhumane and we're racist. Right? They call me a racist, right? They'd say we're inhumane. Well, let's think about that.
That's
when 96%, you look at immigration down 96% down 96% now, which means 96% less people are coming. Now, there's been studies done that 31% of women that make that journey with the cartels admitted to being raped. If 31% admitted to being raped, how many were actually raped?
Right.
So when 96% less people coming, how many children aren't dying? How many women aren't being raped? How many pounds of fentanyl isn't getting in the country to poison Americans? How many no-inspect terrorists are getting in? No. The most humane thing you can do is secure the border and stop the horrific activity of cross-border crime. President Trump's policies are saving thousands of lives every month.
That's right. And you know, when you look at the narco-terrorists, the cartels, really, it's been a war against the cartels, which I am so glad that President Trump and the administration has made this into a priority. Tell us about that and the work that you all are doing to ensure that the drug cartels, you know, that we're basically trying to dismantle them and put the fear of God in them. I love when they blow up those boats. I don't know about you all. Every time there's one of those narco-terrorist boats blown up, I'm like, yes, let's do it again.
You know, when I spoke at the RNC just before the election, during my speech, I said something that the very next day the death threats would come rolling in from the cartels. Because I said that, you know, my conversation with President Trump, he's going to wipe these drug cartels off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
And the death threats coming in, and he's doing it. What President Trump's doing, I've been doing this since 1984. What President Trump's doing, he says, you know what? Why we keep playing the home game? Mm-hmm. Let's play the away game. Let's get this stuff before it gets here. And he's done it. So, you know, taking out these criminal cartels, and look, cartels are going broke. They're losing money. Matter of fact, the intelligence force I see, they're concentrating on Asia and Europe right now because they know it's hard here. President Trump's not going to give up. I tell you what, it's going to get a hell of a lot better real soon.
I like it. We've also got this problem. It's a big problem. They're called the Democrats, and they've decided to, you know, not fund DHS. What's the deal there? Like, I mean, it's been one of the longest shutdowns that we're seeing. Now, it's only a part of DHS that's not being funded, but what's the impact it's having on our immigration enforcement and on our border security?
That's another job I got assigned to me, was negotiations with Hill.
We're going to start making memes of you in different like
look,
costumes.
I went up there. We've had several discussions with them. What I explained to them, we have the same policies now that we had under Obama and Clinton. It's not a matter of policies, it matters the executive branch. Elections have consequences.
Right.
We're enforcing laws that you wrote. And you want to sit there and call us racist and Nazis? If we're racist and Nazis for enforcing the law, what's that make you? You wrote it. You invented it.
Yeah.
Then you give us money to enforce it. So these negotiations, they say, some say they want to abolish ICE. Others say, no, we just want, the new words are reform ICE. Trust me, I'm in the room. It's not about reforming. It's about crippling ICE. It's about taking away their authorities. And any Border Patrol agent, ICE agent watching this, I'm telling you right now, Tom Homan will never sell out your authorities. We're going to make sure you have your job. So look, because they hate ICE so much, they're willing to punish the men and women of TSA, Coast Guard, you know, CISA, all these great people trying to keep this country safe. They're punishing them because they don't like ICE.
Right.
You know, if you want to have a discussion with ICE, then let's do that.
Right.
Well, why you got all these people out of work that can't buy groceries for the kids? They can't pay the tuition. They can't pay their rent. That is just cruel. You want to talk about inhumane? What's more inhumane than that? We realize you're sitting up on Capitol Hill making a lot of money. You're getting paid. So you know what? Let's pass a law that if we want to shut down the government, you don't get paid until you open the government.
That's right. That is right. That's right. And I just want to say, we flew here from the swamp, and I really want to thank those TSA agents that were there working.
God bless them.
God bless them. They're working without a salary, and really, we do have to thank them for that, because the Democrats, well, they just suck. Anyways, but Governor Tim Walz. I am so grateful that he is not the Vice President of the United States. I can't even tell you. Thank you, God. But you were in Minnesota. There was a big issue there, obviously, with the ICE agents. They had gone in. And tell me where that stands. You spent a lot of time there. You were working with the state and local officials. I mean, you really calmed the situation down, got it under control.
Well, look, let me say this first. The men and women of ICE and the Border Patrol did a remarkable job, considering their job is already dangerous and difficult. But when you got thousands of people getting in their face, threatening them, attacking them, they performed remarkably. So God bless those men and women. They did a great job.
Right.
That's another phone call that I got early in the morning, woke me out of bed, and President Trump says, what are you doing?
Well, because he doesn't sleep, right?
Huh?
He doesn't sleep.
No, you know, I get phone calls 2:30 in the morning. And I look at the clock and I'm thinking, okay, the only one's going to call me at 2:30 in the morning is POTUS. But look, he called me that morning, says, what are you doing? Sleeping? He goes, I need you in Minnesota. I said, when? He goes, today. It's all right. I says, what am I doing? He goes, de-escalate the situation. He goes, get up there and take control of it. So, and you know, Greg Bovino did a great job, the Border Patrol Committee. They all did a great job up there. Well, he wanted a fresh face, you know, and I work for the President of the United States. What he tells me to do, I do. Now, I gave him the pros and cons of, you know, going up there, but a lot of people question, why would you meet with Governor Walz? Why would you meet with the Attorney General? Why would you meet the mayor? Because you can't fix a problem, you don't know what makes them tick.
Right.
So look, me and Mayor Friday never going to agree on anything, but we got him to do the job of public safety, and his police officers started responding to our 911 calls when we got surrounded. The AG, I talked to the AG, and there's a law that can't honor detainers in the county jails. And my discussion with him, I said, what's illegal? Maybe not honor detainers, we'll litigate that, but why not call us before we release them? You don't have to hold them a minute past you normally hold them. Call us. Is there anything illegal about that? No. And that's why now we have unprecedented assistance from the counties. We got great assistance from the state police. But now we got problems at Whipple Building. State police show up, the sheriff shows up. We got law enforcement finally working on law enforcement. And because of our work up there, that state is less of a sanctuary state, which is the goal across the country. We want to arrest the bad guy in the safety and security of a jail. That way, safer for the community, safer for the agent, safer for the alien. And the good part about this, if I can get one guy to arrest one bad guy in the jail rather than send a team of 6, 7 people on a few job scenes to look for him, one guy does a job. Now we don't send 7 guys looking for him. So what did I just do? One guy's in the jail, 6 guys are on the street arresting more people.
That's right.
That's what we're doing. So a shout out to men and women, the Border Patrol men and boys. Look, I went up and I said it on stage. Things weren't perfect. When you have 3,000 people in the city doing a major operation, things aren't going to be perfect. Right. Things will happen. But God bless the men and women who put that gun and Kevlar vest on every day and face the hate that I've never seen anything like it. But we're in a better position. It's less of a sanctuary state. I'm happy that the men and women who work that state now or work the Minneapolis area, they're safer. And why? Because they can arrest a bad guy in the jail now, most of the jails, rather than have to look for them on their turf and their streets.
We've got a new Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullins, just got in this week, just got sworn in from the great state of Oklahoma. Tell me what we can expect from him.
Right guy, right time, right job.
Ooh, that's good.
I've talked to him already today. We talk every day, several times a day. What's great about him, first of all, he's a tough guy. But what I like about him is he recognizes from the beginning that he has career folks who've done 20, 30 years running CBP, running ICE, running CIS, he's got all these career professionals. Let them run their agencies because they got the knowledge to do it. He'll give us the guidance. He'll give us the head cover. But he already dug in. He's digging in deep. And I talked to him this morning, and he's 100% in the game. He's doing it for the right reasons. Right. Look, he left the senator job, which is a pretty sweet job. He walked away from the senator job.
Are you serious? They do nothing.
To take on. I'm
sorry.
saying, the Secretary of DHS is the most grueling, controversial, hardest job in the United States government, because no matter what you do, people hate you.
That's right.
And I think he's like me. I don't care if people hate me. I don't give a shit what they think about me.
Okay, so I got to ask you something. You were going to say something. Go ahead. What were you
I
going
was
to say?
going to apologize for my language, but no, I won't.
It's okay. It's okay. It's you, Tom. It's fine. You're with the family. So I got to ask you here, besides President Trump, what else keeps you up at night?
Boss, I didn't say that. Call me anytime.
Anytime. Anytime.
I pray every night. And this is the honest God truth. I pray every night. When I go to sleep, lay my head on the pillow and go to sleep, I pray for the safety of every man and woman in ICE and Border Patrol, that they go home to their families. And I pray for the greatest president in my lifetime. And I said it when I was on stage in Minneapolis. We're going to enforce immigration law. We're going to do it like you've never seen before. But I don't want to see anybody die. I don't want to see anybody die.
That's right.
But we're going to arrest a whole lot of people. So, comply. We're there for a reason. We have an oath that we took. We're going to enforce the law. We're not going to apologize for it. So, for the Democrats who want to keep beating up on ICE and want to shut down DHS, you're not going to stop us. You're not going to stop us. We're going to do the job. If you don't like it, change the damn law because you wrote it. But I have buried through my career the saddest thing I've ever done is hand the folded flag to a child or a spouse of a fallen Border Patrol agent and ICE officer. I never want to do that again. So please pray with me that every man and woman at ICE, every man and woman at Border Patrol go home to their families every day. Thank you.
And to wrap up, I want you all to pray with me for Tom Homan and for his safety, that Lord cover you, that his precious blood be over you in everything that you do, and that he keeps you safe and gives you wisdom, and know that you are loved. And we thank you, Tom Homan. Thank you for your service. God bless you.
states did. But here's the scary part. The left is evil. They're evil. And they figured out a way to do an end run against all of you. Every one of you who went to your state capitals and got good laws passed, like here in Texas and other states, they figured out how they could turn a dorm room, a bathroom, into a DIY abortion clinic by sending pills from China to California through the mail to your state and breaking laws all along the way. And so chemical abortion now is the biggest threat. We have about 1 million abortions a year now. 60 to 70% of those are chemical abortions. And the results are always tragic, but there's a new layer because you have these women suffering alone, struggling, hurt. Many times there's emergency room visits, which they will deny, and trauma around this that young women are experiencing because the left is allowed to do an end run around all of you.
I got to tell you, Isabel Brown, isn't she adorable? I mean, I just love her. She has a fabulous podcast, the Isabel Brown Show, also on Daily Wire. Amazing work that you're doing. You get to be, okay, tell me how the White House briefing room is just so different right now.
Oh my gosh.
I got to get a little
That alone has been crazy. And
yes.
Thank you so much for highlighting the amazing work the administration has been doing with new media. I've been very up close and personal with it this last year. It's a privilege to see my beautiful friend Caroline Levitt, who I interned with in the 2018 Trump
That's
White House,
crazy.
now behind the podium, and we both have babies in tow nowadays back in DC. It's an incredible time to see young families on the forefront of what comes next for the American people.
So I got to ask you, Gen Z, where are we in terms of where they are in the pro-life scenario? Where are we in terms of even women, you know, these young people getting married? Where are we? Give us the layout, the landscape here.
I made the case, Mercy, years ago that Gen Z was going to shock the world by being the most culturally and politically conservative generation America has seen since World War II. I published a book about it. That's worthy of applause, right? Published a book about it, making that case, and was laughed off set at every cable news station, every XM radio show. People said, that's nice, but don't you all have 37 genders and rainbow hair and septum piercings and all of the horrible things?
The Democrats have 60 genders, which I still don't understand, okay?
And yet it was Gen Z, right, that decisively delivered the victory for President Trump in 2024, and we're watching incredible momentum continue to happen, largely thanks to voices like Charlie Kirk's paying attention to and feeding into this generation for many, many years before we grew up. That said, we are also facing perhaps the most intense propaganda against reality and against the family uniquely than any generation has ever encountered in modern history. That is certainly impacting our generation's view of abortion, but also the idea of wanting to have a family in the first place. How many of you saw the New York Magazine article just a few days ago with the headline, "I regret having children"? Just one of many, many pieces we see in the mainstream media and echoed in the influencer and social and new media world that I work in every day. The article interviewed 5 different women at different stages in their motherhood journey. The one that clearly was the most impactful was a 27-year-old mom of a 1-year-old in North Carolina. I'm a 28-year-old mom of an almost 1-year-old, so this really resonated with me, who is leaving her family. She's abandoning her husband and her 1-year-old son to prioritize herself first, because that's what a good feminist does, and complains about every single opportunity she's had to grow closer to her son, even saying in the article, "If there is a hell, I have been living in it since I gave birth to my son." This is the type of language young women are being exposed to every day on their college campuses, on their TikTok feed, in the magazines that we read, and why it's so important for us to continue going on offense to support the new generation of American families.
So what we do at the Schlapp household is, you know, I have the 5 daughters. We just put them to work at CPAC. That's what we do, okay? Starting at 12 years old, they're staffing, they're learning, and they are really absorbing a lot and learning from you all, which is really amazing. And Annie, who is very special to our family, she is actually a house mother at a maternity home in North Dakota. She's on the ground working with teenage mothers and helping them to heal and helping to raise these babies and find home for these babies. Tell us about the work that you do, Annie.
Yes, so I live and work at the St. Gianna and Pietro Mola Maternity Home in North Dakota. So we were opened about 20 years ago, and we serve women in crisis pregnancies. So the women move into our home, and we provide everything for them free of any cost, thanks to our generous donors who give to us. And so we provide for their prenatal care, for food, clothing, shelter. Once the baby comes, everything they might need, diapers, formula. So we aim to live as a family. We create a family environment there, and the mothers move in. They have a safe place to live. A lot of these women find themselves pregnant, and they don't know what to do. They don't know how they're going to make it, how they're going to be able to support their child. So we're here to take them in, to help them heal, to provide for them financially, spiritually, emotionally, and just support them in their journey of becoming mothers.
It is amazing work, and it's a model. I don't know how many, Mary Pat, and I pray to God she comes to CPAC one year. She is a saint. She's a living saint. She not only adopted, how many kids did Mary Pat adopt?
Two.
Two kids, and she runs this maternity home, and it is truly the Lord's work. And we need that model everywhere in America to provide healing and support for these mothers, because as we know, Penny, and we've been in this movement for a long time, a lot of times it's about saving the unborn child, but it is about providing that support for the mother so that she can heal, and because there's a lot of brokenness that comes from this.
Well, 100%. I mean, I think one of the biggest lies the left has, that we only care about a woman when she's pregnant, but the truth is, it's the opposite. They want that money in their palm in order to do that abortion. They don't even want to do follow-up care, and they don't care what happens to you after. So post-abortion syndrome, they don't want to hear about it. And so I've met many, many, many women who regret their abortions. I've never met one of those women who regret their children, and that is such outrageous propaganda. But our job as the church, people who love Jesus, is to support these women in need. And there are all over this country. In fact, did you know there's no more pregnancy care centers than there are Planned Parenthood clinics? There's thousands of pregnancy care centers, and this staffed by women just like all of you who love their family, love God, they give their time, talent, and treasure. And so we are the people that take women into our homes. We're the people that give our time and our money to support them, not the other side. And can I just talk about life.gov really quick? One of the biggest priorities for CWA going forward this year is pregnancy.gov. It's a bill by Katie Britt in the Senate and in the House by Diana Harshberger. And that bill puts in one place all the different options for women who are pregnant under pregnancy.gov, under HHS, constantly updated, because you have to go to hundreds of websites to know. Right now, education, housing, foster care, adoption, all the educational grants, all the things that's available right now, they don't know about. But we want it to be in one place, indexed by the zip code, so you can find out what's available to you and perhaps make the right decision and care for your child or place for adoption.
Isabel, we were talking backstage a little bit about the policies. Like, what are these pro-family policies that, even conservatives are that there's disagreement among conservatives in this area?
I think we're watching a generational paradigm shift in answering the question, what is a conservative? What does it mean to be a conservative? What are we really conservative?
They're all here in the room.
In our society.
Right,
I love looking at all of you to answer that. But the truth is, we can no longer just go on offense for financial stability in our taxes that we pay every year, which has always been our #1 priority throughout my lifetime on the political right anyway. But I love seeing our politicians now start to ask and answer questions. How can we support better maternity leave policies to help women put their children above their paycheck? J.D. Vance, our vice president, spoke so beautifully about this on the March for Life stage this year, that a cubicle or a computer screen will never love you back the way your child will, and that always should be our #1 priority in how we're serving people. You're certainly seeing this from a financial perspective with the idea of something like Trump accounts, being able to invest in our children's future so that they're a millionaire potentially by the time they're my age at 28 years old. I certainly wish I had had access to something like that as a child. But I really think what we all can do, rather than just relying on the policy perspective or what your elected officials are doing, is to start culturally putting the family first again with our faith. If you are not speaking with your family around the dinner table about these issues every day, it is high time to start. If you're not encouraging your children to grow up and have the courage to get married and have kids, more kids than they can afford before they think they're ready, it is high time to start. It is these choices, like deleting our dating apps and quitting birth control pills and saying I do at the altar, that ultimately trickle down into the political policies that we will see save our country.
Annie, one of the big issues that in dealing with the maternity home, and two of my daughters have worked at the maternity home with you, and I've had an honor to spend time there as well. We actually delivered a baby together.
We did in October, yeah.
Yes, in October, from a young woman who was a human trafficking victim, okay? There is this brokenness that's happening in our society, the brokenness of family, and then this creates a cycle. How do we heal these young women? You deal a lot with the Native Americans on the reservations. I mean, there is, you know, we've heard these stories of girls being raped and then they never catch the rapist, and there's drugs involved. I mean, there's so many components and so much pain and hurt in these communities. What do we do?
Yeah, I think a lot of our women's come to us from broken families, and so it's difficult when they haven't seen a healthy example and now they're expected to be mothers, and what does that even look like? How am I supposed to do that? And I think part of my job is being there with them and helping them conquer motherhood and just giving them the confidence that they can do it. I think especially in the media and just because of their age, a lot of times they're told they can't do it, but they are perfectly capable. And I think just being patient with them, walking along with them, helping them heal from their past and their trauma, and just showing them that they are capable of it is how we can.
And one of the biggest components, I think, for the maternity home is faith. Talk about that.
Yeah, so we are a Catholic maternity home and we embrace our faith. It's not forced upon any of our residents, but they are exposed to it at our home, and many of them do come to believe in Christ at our maternity home, which is very beautiful. And I think that is another source of healing for them and comfort. We pray together every night. It's one of my favorite parts of the day. We pray. One of our one-year-olds, he has started before we eat, we pray together, and so now he knows we all do this, and he looks at us to prepare to pray. But I think that is the foundation. So once they leave, one of our residents just moved out recently, and she'll text our director, like, hey, I'm at Mass, I just talked to the priest, or I went to church today. So I think that's very encouraging for us going forward, that they will have struggles, but they have that foundation.
But we talk about this, faith being that critical component of a family.
That's right.
And why we need that. And why do we need that, Penny?
Well,
in today's society, especially now more than ever.
More than ever, but always, right? Throughout the foundation of time. At Concerned Women for America, we're a Christian women's organization, and we lead with that. Our principles are based on biblical principles, which never change, right? And so we don't have to go with the wind and whatever's hot in culture. We do what's right based on God's word. And the truth is that family formation needs to be based in faith. Because let's be honest, sometimes it's hard. There's no family that exists that doesn't go through struggles or go through times, marriages that don't struggle. But there's seasons in life, but that's why you view marriage as a covenant. It's a covenant between you and God, not just you and each other. And so teaching that foundation, but also being there for each other in the church, in your community, with each other, with grandparents. You know, one thing that I've noticed recently, and I think it is so insidious, is this message propaganda that's being peddled to young women, often the daughter-in-law, that if there's any friction in the family, suddenly the grandparents are toxic. This happened to someone I know. And they're going no contact. That means they're cutting off the grandparents with the children and the grandchildren. That is meant to be intergenerational. We need them. They need us. We need to be intergenerational in supporting. And if you don't have grandchildren around you, then go find one of these pregnancy care centers.
Yes.
And maybe in addition to, and love them and be the grandparents to that family. But this, again, there's so much propaganda for this young This is Gen Z, and probably before, but I'm so proud of all of you and really Isabel for just really being the voice to that generation, because they're sick of it. And they are an amazing group of young women. We have Young Women for America. I'm so impressed by all of them.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. As a future Cuban grandmother, not yet, I'll let you guys know. I'm sure we'll do a baby reveal party at some point at CPAC, of course. I'm going to be all over the grandkids, okay? That's what I'm going to do. But Isabel, I want to ask you a question, because I'm so intrigued by Gen Z. Sometimes I think I should be a Gen Zer, but like...
We'll accept you as a refugee.
We saw this recent poll that came out, and basically it was that the men, the young men, were saying they were more willing to have a family and have children and get married. And then when you compared it to the women, the young women, they were more about financial independence. Tell us, what's the psychology that's going on?
I don't think it involves a deep layer of psychology. The poll that you're referencing is quite interesting, that for young men under 35, their #1 and #2 political priorities are to get married and have children, and then deal with all of the other downstream policy effects after the fact. For women, that is mostly their second to last or last priority for voters under the age of 35. And the answer is pretty clear. We watched the attack on masculinity happen way before the attack on young women. Everything masculine was toxic and therefore had to be rid of from society instantaneously, which of course came with its own backlash, and you saw the pendulum swing with incredible masculine voices reminding men it's okay to be men, like Charlie Kirk and Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles and Jordan Peterson, tapping into this generation to empower them and allow them to continue to pass that torch forward and lead. Then you saw the attack on women and femininity. And all of a sudden, it is infinitely more insane than anything they ever said about young men. Women aren't even a class of people, I guess, anymore. We're birthing people, or people who menstruate, or my personal favorite as a breastfeeding mom, chest feeders.
There's no such thing as chest feeding, okay?
Sadly, actually, there is, believe it or not. And we have tapped into this insanity for so long that we are actually creating lactating men in our culture today. In 2020.
Did I miss that?
This is real. Fact check me if you want to. But they've taken this to such an nth degree that many people have just assumed young women should just be written off, right? Women under the age of 35 are too far gone. The propaganda that they're seeing is too powerful. There's no way that we can change their minds. And yet, young women everywhere are deleting their dating apps and quitting their birth control and wanting to get married. Newsweek says 93% of college students still want to get married, despite everything that we are constantly hearing. So what it takes is the next generation of Charlie Kirks and Matt Walshes and Michael Knowles, but for young women. And you are seeing that right now with very, very powerful, strong female voices like Riley Gaines and Allie Beth Stuckey.
Like Isabel Brown, Annie Dunn. I mean, come on. Annie, tell us, in your personal experiences, what you've been with the maternity home now almost 2 years? 1 year. You're going to finish your 1 year now, and then it's been longer than that because you've gone several times.
I first started almost 3 years ago, but I would take breaks with school.
So tell us, what have you learned in terms of dealing with these mothers, in terms of dealing with their babies, and figuring out like how adoption, foster care are sometimes the right choices for these women?
Yeah, I think life is always the right choice, but then after that, it's different for every situation, for every woman, if she is ready to be a mom or if not. And we've had so many beautiful stories of moms who stay with their baby and the baby's older now, and moms who have also made the sacrificial and loving decision to place their baby for adoption. And these wonderful families, often ones struggling with infertility, are able to welcome a child with great joy. So I think I've just seen the beauty of all of that, the beauty of the struggle of motherhood, of postpartum, of just the sacrifices that moms make. It's really
Tell us about Jessie's story.
Yeah, so one of our board members, she actually ended up adopting one of the babies that was born at our home, and it wasn't planned. She was just helping out for a little bit with the baby because the mom was struggling, and ultimately the mom was not able to be a part of her child's life in that capacity. And so Jessie and her husband adopted that beautiful girl, and she's thriving, she's doing well. She has 4 siblings, and we just have so many stories like that of these unexpected joys coming from these children being adopted. But I think every day when I see these babies and their smiles and their laughs, I'm just reminded of the great gift they are and how much worse the world would be off without them.
That is true. That is true, because every child is God's gift. Amen. And to wrap up, what is your message, Penny, to the young women out there? We're so seasoned, we're so wise.
Well, I think I would rather give a message, if it's okay, to young men. We need strong men in this country. Don't fall for it. We need the kind of men who run towards danger. My son's an active duty military officer. We need young men who love their country and will protect, honestly, the rest of us. I think about the young man years ago in Aurora, Colorado, in a theater, who threw his body on top of his girlfriend and literally took a bullet for her. That's the kind of men we need in this country. Stand strong, young men. We need you. Women need strong men.
Isabel, your message to the young women.
Have the courage to be radically countercultural. Dare to fall in love, which doesn't seem that controversial, but it is these days. And have the courage to commit your life to your best friend, growing and sanctifying your relationship to march towards heaven together.
Amen. Amen. Annie.
I would say to reach out wherever you live and find a pregnancy resource center, a maternity home. If there isn't one, help start one, and just really support these women who are pregnant and in need, and give to them however you can. If it's financially, then through that. If it's through diapers and wipes, and if not, through prayers.
Lots of prayers. And I just want to end that my advice is, first of all, join the CPAC Women's Coalition. We are going to be hosting a Women Warriors Conference coming up in the next few months, which we'll let you all know. And this is to build, exactly as these ladies are saying, a strong women's movement, a strong women's conservative movement, because that is what we need to build strong women. And with strong men together, we can make very strong families in our culture, in our society. So join us in this movement. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Rockstar.
Thank you, guys. All righty. Perfect.
Every year, many tons of chemically tainted medical waste, human remains, placenta, and blood are flushed into U.S. water systems because of chemical abortion pills. These pills bypass essential medical waste regulations. When a mother takes the first chemical abortion pill, mifepristone, a large percentage of the dosage goes to her uterus to target the baby, blocking the hormone progesterone, which starves the baby. But it
like Yellowstone. You getting ready to talk some ranching? Are you guys ready? Woohoo! Okay, first things first. We are all going to open our hearts to all of you today, because if you are not a rancher, if you don't know anything about ranching, this is about all of us. Ranching is the bedrock of this country. It represents American independence, American identity, and the beauty of why America is America. So let's get to it, team. All right. I want a show of hands. How many of you have heard the phrase or have heard the fact that American beef has the power to cure chronic disease? Show of hands. Okay, that's not enough hands. Most people do not know that fact. Why? Because there is a manipulation marketing campaign going on with the left to get us to turn our backs on and to lose confidence in ranching and in American beef. So we're here today to dispel some myths, to open up the conversation, and really to allow you to see what's going on behind the scenes, because this, my friends, this affects every single one of us. You, your children, your community, because every day the quality of your food matters. Because at every dinner time when you sit down, the quality of what you're eating directly affects your health. So, Brooke, I'm going to go to you first on this. You're a doctor. When you said to me that American beef has the ability to cure chronic disease, my first response was, well, why haven't I heard that? And there is an intentional reason why we haven't, but people need to know what we're facing today.
Well, you're exactly right. Beef does have the superpower to reverse chronic disease, and in this country we are in a health crisis. I see it every day, and I've seen beef, the ability of beef in a diet to reverse things such as type 2 diabetes, anxiety and depression, chronic disease, autoimmune disorders. I heard in medical school over 40 years ago that heart disease was caused by cholesterol and fat. And it was nothing but propaganda. And finally, the science is overcoming the propaganda, and people are eating beef and eating more and more beef. And it's our job to supply that good beef to you.
When we talk about the quality of American beef, we need to know what we're putting on our dinner tables every single night. And when you go to the grocery store, even if you're told to look for American beef, you may not be always getting pure American beef. I'm going to go to you, AJ, and you, Brooke, on this, because there is a lot of mixing that's happening. And when that mixing happens, ladies and gentlemen, that affects our health. So, Brooke, do you want to start with that? And then, AJ, I'll have you pick up.
Well, yes. Unfortunately, in 2015, Congress repealed mandatory country of origin labeling law. And it was not until recently that they have instituted a voluntary label, but that still doesn't mean the beef that you're getting at the grocery store is going to be accurately labeled. So many people are confused by the USDA label, and that just means it's been inspected by a USDA inspector. It hasn't been produced by an American rancher. We do now have a voluntary product of the USA label, and we're very happy that we have an administration that is very supportive of that and willing to listen to ranchers, but we really need a mandatory country of origin label.
Yeah. You know, AJ, yes, huge round of applause for that, because we're making progress, but so much more needs to be done. And that's why we want to make sure we're helping to give you the information so your eyes can be fully open when we talk about ranching. AJ, let's talk about the beef lobby, because in addition to the purity of American beef, the beef lobby, there is a lot of issues going on there that the average person has no idea, because when we look at a lot of the big names that we hear, we think, well, the ranchers have representation. There are people looking out for our ranchers and our land, but that is not always the case.
Yeah, that's right. The beef lobby, you know, the old guard is what got us here, and they lobbied to have control over these label laws like Dr. Brooke was talking about. And, you know, it's caused this reduction in the livestock we have left in our country, because they can buy beef much cheaper in a foreign country, bring it over, and package it as American beef anyway. So that's been their goal. And because of that, American producers have lost fair markets to be able to sell into.
And I want people to understand how serious this is, because we are at the lowest cow herd level that we have ever been at in this country.
Yeah.
That's a serious issue.
Yeah, lowest number since 1950s, something around 86 million head of livestock in our nation. And when you think about the fact that it takes one full beef to feed a family of 4 for a year, roughly, we're talking about 320 million Americans to feed. So we are fully dependent on imports at this moment to feed our nation, and we've got to turn that around. In the West, where I'm from, in 1935, there used to be 18 million mama and baby cows on those public lands. Now we're down to 8 million. And what's also happened is we've seen massive increases in wildfire because we've removed the livestock, the ruminating animals, from our public lands that kept it healthy. And so we've got to reverse that, because we need to look out for America first. We need to support our local farmers and ranchers so they have a reason to rebuild the herd. That's one of the biggest things that consumers should understand, is that you guys have the power to turn this around. Where you spend your money determines what the future of our food system looks like. If you're just frivolously going to the grocery store and trusting the labels that are on there, you're actually missing the opportunity to shift the trajectory of our food system so that we can get back to more farms and ranches on the land, keep the people there that we already have. We're down to 1.8 million producers nationwide, feeding 320 million people. We're in trouble, folks. We've got to get behind our farmers and ranchers, because I tell you what, there's a lot of great discussions that are happening here, but if famine comes to America, nothing else matters. The only thing you're going to be thinking about is where your next meal comes from.
That's right. That's a real stark reality. Well, Claire, we love watching you rock it out with country music on the stage, but a lot of people don't know how big your voice is when it comes to this issue. You are an active rancher right now. My grandfather had a ranch. I spent my summers on our family ranch, learning to ride horses, doing all the things. There is a generational problem when it comes to protecting our land, our ranchers, but also the next generation of ranchers. Kind of share with us your heart on this issue.
Yeah. Well, first, I just want to say what an honor it is to be here. As you mentioned, I'm 5th generation farmer and rancher, and I'm a Rush baby. And I was introduced to CPAC through Rush Limbaugh. So, yes,
awesome.
We miss you, Rush.
Yes, we do.
And agriculture in this nation, we farm and ranch. My parents, that's what they do for a living. It's not just a matter of national security. It's the largest threat to our national sovereignty we face in this country. Our nation was designed to be owned by a wide variety of individuals owning the land, operating the land. And because of many reasons, for decades and decades of bad policies stacking up decade after decade, we're losing our farms and ranches. We're losing our land. And when we can't control our own food supply, when we can't grow our own food, when Americans can't be rest assured that Americans own their food supply, who owns us at that point? I got into advocating for agriculture because this is such a huge threat. We must maintain the farms and ranches we have. The average age of the actual rancher out there is about 58 years old. We must have a way for new ranchers to come in, but we've got to have these policies to keep our current ranchers on the land. We also have, thank you. In agriculture, we have one of the highest suicide rates of any industry in this country, unfortunately, because the cards are stacked against the producer. The producer does not live in a free market system, unfortunately, and there's many, we could be here all day talking about that.
Well, when you say that too, there's no incentive really right now for the rancher to have confidence in their own industry. So Claire, I want to ask you, how do we incentivize our ranchers and the next generation? What can we at home do to put some pressure on whoever that pressure needs to be put on to make a change?
Absolutely. Well, the way we're going to have to incentivize ranchers, for time immemorial, the rancher has went out, we take all of the risk. We've went to our local bankers, we've gotten the loans to buy more cattle. And as Dr. Miller was speaking about earlier, in 2015, many ranchers went into bankruptcy because the cattle market fell out from underneath us. We do have to have confidence that the American rancher, if the American rancher has some confidence that they can at least break even and not lose, they're the best risk takers this nation has ever seen, besides our armed forces, and we are so thankful for them. Yes, absolutely. But if we can have, we've got to have a stable cattle market. We've got to get control over the manipulation that goes in on our cattle markets and our commodity markets. When we have some of these confidence layers, these foundation layers laid down, our farmers and ranchers will take those risks, but they've got to know that they're not going to lose on the other end like we've been doing for decades. Up until the last couple of years, we've had loss after loss.
And as you know, free enterprise is the bedrock of America. It's why America is so strong. And ranching is one of the original areas where the entrepreneurial spirit comes alive. And that is what's being passed on, hopefully, to the next generation. But if there is not confidence in the market, that spirit dies. And we have to fight to keep that alive. So I want to talk about the monopoly, because there is a monopoly that is severely oppressing the ranchers and the ranching industry. And I do not think most Americans understand what is happening. So AJ and Dr. Miller, I want you both to touch on this, because this is an issue that is so serious. It has the ability to kill the independent rancher, their market.
Yeah, and that's been what's happening, right? You've got 4 companies that control 85% of the meat that we consume in America. JBS, Morfrig, Tyson, and Cargill. JBS and Morfrig are Brazilian-owned companies. They're foreign. And in fact, JBS bribed 1,800 Brazilian officials to get the capital necessary to buy up much of our beef supply chain in America. That's how they got there. And so if we allow this to keep happening, which fortunately with this administration and our amazing Secretary of Agriculture, they're putting their foot down and listening to the independent producers that have frankly been screaming about this for decades. Yeah. They, you know, if we as consumers had listened to the people that are growing and producing our food, we wouldn't be in the situation we're in. And so that's the things we've got to change. Now, like Dr. Miller was saying, this week they announced the voluntary Product of USA overhaul. Previously, if you brought beef over from another country or meat from another country and all you did was wrap it in a new package, that qualified for Product of USA. Now, the Secretary's come in, she's completely changed that. It now must be born, raised, and slaughtered. And this is incredible. Yeah.
Amen.
The next step that'll help us fight this consolidation is you, the voters, need to put pressure on your Congress people, because Congress has to pass mandatory country of origin labeling, what Dr. Miller was saying that was repealed in 2015. That serves the big guys, because if you as a consumer go in and you see the meat counter and you see the country of origin right clearly on the front of that package, which would be mandatory, then you can make that informed choice. Right now, it's a shell game. You're trying to figure out what is what and where it came from. They'll bring, you know, tons and tons of trim, they call it, that they'll throw into ground beef, mix it with local beef or local fat, and sell it to you, and you have no idea what you're eating and where it's from. So these are the things we can do to push back on the monopoly that's controlled our food system and give that power back to the farmers and ranchers.
That's excellent. And it is a reminder that the power is with the people. We just need to know where we need to exert that power. Dr. Miller, I want you to touch a little bit on the power of the monopoly. You did a great job, AJ, of breaking it down, but there are ranchers also that feel as though they can't speak up and organize against that. Why is that? Give people an understanding of, I don't want to say the pressure, but some of these ranchers say they've been threatened when it comes to that.
Yeah. Well, you know, like AJ was talking about the monopolies, actually in the farming and agriculture business, we have to deal with 2 monopolies. On our supply side, our manufacturers, our seed companies, they're a monopoly, so they raise our prices. And on the side where we sell our beef or sell our cattle, there are 4 of them. And so they pretty much have the market sewed up. And so they squeeze us. A couple decades ago, the average farm and ranch was getting 65% of the consumer dollar. Now it's 35%. And it's become unprofitable. And so the younger generation is seeing this happen, and they're saying, that's too much work, that's too much risk. We're not going to do that. And so this is affecting your food prices, and this is affecting your food security, and it affects every walk of life. If you can't eat, you can't live.
That's right.
And the American rancher would definitely come back and come back hard if we had confidence in the market and we knew that the administration, the lawyer, the congressmen, the agencies were listening to us. But they don't listen to us. They listen to the trade organizations. They listen to the monopolies. And you, as a voter, need to educate yourself on this because it affects you, and it only will help you both from a health standpoint and a financial standpoint if we have a safe and abundant food supply.
That's right. That's right. That is the truth. And I just want to reiterate that all of us sit on the CPAC Ranchers Coalition. So please, if you have questions, look for us, find us, seek us out. We are meeting regularly to make sure that you are educated. So when you get to the polling booth, you know exactly how to vote and who to talk to get policy done. So I want to just get some closing thoughts from each of you. I know, Claire, you are very vocal about some of the threats against ranchers, especially the screwworm. Yeah. What is it that you want people to take away from your participation here today?
Well, pictured not here with me, though, in spirit, are hundreds of thousands of farmers and ranchers. And each one of them, I think, would tell you, do your research. The people you think, as up until now, that are representing the farmers and ranchers, 9 times out of 10, they're not. And even worse, some of those institutions and some of those lobbyists and some of those organizations are selling us out. The American producer is the last stand of true freedom between all of us and who would come in and take over our lands. And the other thing on the New World screwworm, Google it. It can infect humans, pets, livestock, wildlife. We must keep this issue out of our country. Go Google that, and don't do it before lunch. But
good advice. AJ, yes, thank you for that. AJ, you know, land grazing is also another big issue. What do you want people to take away if there's one message from you today?
Yeah, we've made it our mission to help connect consumers directly with the farmers and ranchers. When you can get those producers the full retail dollar and cut out as many of those middlemen that are taking a piece of that pie, then they can thrive. So my message is go find them. Go to your local farmer's market on Saturday. Get online and Google, you know, beef or dairy or whatever it is you're looking for around you. The other side I would say too is we've become segmented from our food supply for so long that there's a lack of knowledge for the consumers. It was only about a generation and a half ago where you knew how to order a side of beef. But now people don't know what a cut sheet is. And so get yourself educated. You know, as human beings, we need three things: food, shelter, and safety, food being number one. So get familiar with your food system again and go find those producers so that they can rely on you. And because guess what? When COVID hit, because my family are producers, we did not have to worry about having food in our fridge when others were panicking. If you've got that direct line of communication to your farmers and ranchers, they're there to serve you, and you're there to serve them, and it's the cohesion that we need to serve our nation.
Beautiful, beautiful. Dr. Miller.
I would like to echo what AJ just said, is develop a relationship with a farmer and rancher. You're only going to be helping yourself and helping them to stay in business, which will be good for you in the long run. But a bigger point is, we all know that legislators and politicians are really good at saying the right thing, but are they good at doing the right thing? And right now, actually over the last 3 to 4 decades during my time on this earth, we've gone from a small single-family farm society to a big ag society. Get big or get out, like Earl Butz said back in the 70s. We've got to hold these politicians and legislators' feet to the fire and make sure that they do what's right for America, do what's right for you, and do what's right for our producers of food in this nation.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's lock arms. Let's stand with and behind our ranchers. It is the last stand when it comes to freedom in America. Thank you so much for your time today.
rancher, Frank Chapman. Moderated by host of the John Frederick Show, John Frederick.
Look, the clock's already started.
Here's Sherry. Awesome.
Right.
All right, great to see you here. My name is John Fredericks, radio and TV talk show host. Good to see you with our esteemed panel here. And just to give you a little background, my wife and I, Ann, own and operate the largest independent conservative news talk, radio news talk network in America, not funded by anybody but our advertisers, which is why we're here. So I want to thank you for that. You know, when we talk about conservative media, I'm also a White House correspondent, so I sit in those first 3 rows. Watch the people sitting in the first 3 rows asking ridiculous gotcha questions day after day. You see them, right? The libtards, how stupid they are that we got to deal with them every day. Why? Because they're part of the fake news mainstream media. They get all the seats and they have the power. But we're taking that back with conservative media. But we can't do it without you, and we can't do it without some of the people on our panel today, because we have to fund ourselves, not like them. Look, we don't have a George Soros. Woo! We don't have that funding us, but I tell you what we do have. We have us. We have our network, we have our community, and if we can do this together, conservative media is eventually going to take over for one reason: because we tell the truth, and they lie. The truth will set you free. Now, in our effort to save America, we want to be able to talk to people on a daily basis, tell them what is going on without the lies and without the spin and without the nonsense that you're getting in the media. Now, the key is our community. Together, we're the greatest consumer base in America. Everybody wants our dollars, regardless of what the company is. They all want us. You know why? Because we work and have jobs and spend money. That's why.
Amen.
So we're the most coveted consumers that they all want. But we have to work together. When we do, we have tremendous results. Let me give you an example. We have figured out how to say no. We said no to Bud Light. Remember that?
Yeah.
Boycotted them. What happened? Market share down by half. They lost half their share and haven't gotten it back. Their market cap down by 35%. They lost $30 billion for their investors. Their stock went down 20%. I'll give you other examples. Target. We know how to say no. What we have to do, we have to learn how to say yes. And by saying yes, that means that we consume and support the products of those who support our conservative media, like these fine gentlemen here. This is going to be the key to telling the truth in the next decade in America, because you're not going to get it with the fake news. Let's start with our panel. Start with Glenn Story over here. Glenn is, as you know, the CEO and chairman of Patriot Mobile. I know Glenn for a long time. The thing about Glenn is he's got a great product. I have 3 phones, don't ask me why. So I run my company, all 3 phones, Patriot Mobile. I save a fortune. The key is this. The thing about Patriot Mobile and so many advertisers here is they have great products and they care about their customers. And that is really the key. We have to find those companies that support us, who support conservative Christian causes like Patriot Mobile does and Glenn Story, and then we have to buy their product, because that's the only way that conservative media can be supported. So we have to act as one, as a community. If we do that, we're going to be unbelievably successful, as we have been. Glenn, you've been one of the biggest sponsors, certainly of Newsmax, of our network, of so many others. What inspired you originally to do that?
You know, before I answer that, thank you. You know, I like to guide what I'm going to say. Anyway, I just want to say thank you to Matt and Mercy and the Turning Point, or not the Turning Point, but the CPAC team for putting this on, and especially here in Texas. We're under attack. Yeah, please.
Yeah.
This state is under attack. You mentioned Soros and others. They put hundreds of millions of dollars into taking over this country or our state. And without you guys bringing awareness, whether it's Real America's Voice, Newsmax, we don't really have a state left. And so thank you. As far as Patriot Mobile, look, you know, we're America's only Christian conservative cell phone service provider. You know, we're a cell phone service. But what does that mean, really? Well, we're an activist organization. And we put God first, and then we try to funnel those causes to godly organizations, ones that tell the truth. And even Jesus, what did he say? The truth will set you free. And that's all we want to do is support those causes and those groups that support the truth. So, John, thank you for what you do, and Matt and Mercy and everybody else.
Well, I tell you what, Glenn and his company have been tremendous sponsors and supporters of so many of us in what I call truth media. So I want to thank you for that. I want to get to one of our other guests here. Very effective, and Alexander Spillane. Tell us a little bit about your company and how you got involved with backing truth media.
First, I just want to say it's an honor to be here, especially next to you, Glenn. You know, Glenn is someone I personally look up to. I'm probably the youngest person I know that runs a company the way that I do, and that's really been able to give back to conservative causes. And every single event I've ever done, Glenn Story was right there with me. So, you know, it's really an honor just to be next to you. I want to also thank Matt and Mercy and everybody else who made the event happen. So it's really just about turning our profits into purpose. You know, we've been very fortunate. I would like to think that all of the money that I've ever made and all the money that's in our company, it all belongs to the Lord. Amen. And I just believe in the tithe. And I look at organizations that, thank you. I believe in giving money to organizations that I know are going to make a difference. And I will say it all started with Turning Point USA. They were the first ones that we really put a lot of money into. And that led to a lot of other great organizations, you know, whether it's Moms for America or Preborn or Helping a Hero or CPAC, you know. All these organizations, you know, are aligned with what I would refer to as the patriot economy, right? You know, and that's who we serve. I have a precious metals company. So, you know, most of the clientele that we have, you know, is very conservative. They are very worried about, you know, liberal policies in the financial system. You know, I heard you mention Bud Light and Target, but, you know, for my clients who want to protect their money, they're worried about BlackRock. They're worried about BlackRock and their mutual funds. They're worried about, I mean, you're in Texas, right? You guys boycotted BlackRock out here, didn't you? So, good, good. Well, I'd like to find a way to do that inside of people's retirement plans if possible. So what we do is we help people diversify their retirement portfolios out of traditional investments, and we help them get their money back in their control. And, you know, since we started, there's clients that we have that have more than tripled their money. So, you know, I just want to give all the glory to the Lord and Amen. Just say, you know, thank you, because it's amazing to have an opportunity like that and be able to serve people that way.
Alexander, you mentioned the patriot economy, which is a big part of what funds advertising within Truth Media, because again, without the advertising and sponsorships, there's no way to pay our employees or do a bus tour like we do, all the things that we do. You can't do it without that. You mentioned the patriot economy. What exactly does that mean to you?
You know, what it means to me is that I think that people want to know that when they spend money with a company, that their money is not going to some woke liberal institution that's weaponizing the profits against them, which is exactly what happens in Wall Street. You know, and I keep mentioning Wall Street for one reason. The majority of our clients that buy gold from us, they move their money out of, you know, whether a brokerage institution like Fidelity and Vanguard and, you know, Merrill Lynch, what have you, and they move it into their own account with gold and silver, right? But if you look at Wall Street as a whole, you know, I've read articles where they said they gave Joe Biden's campaign $74 million. They were the first ones to go woke and implement all the DEI stuff. So, I mean, how are they funding it? Well, with the profits of conservatives' accounts. So same thing with, you know, coffee. You know, you drink Starbucks coffee, you know where the profits are going. You know what they're doing. So when I talk about the Patriot economy, I'm talking about the same thing Glenn's story represents, you know. And this guy, you know, is the only cell phone company that is going to keep your privacy and keep your information protected after, you know, what was it? You want to talk about it? What the FBI was like, or the DOJ after the January 6th stuff? They were just like, you know, tapping into people's information and just like, you know, same with their bank accounts, looking at were they shopping at Dick's Sporting Goods or were they shopping at Cabela's, just like profiling people. Did they give money to Trump's campaign? You know, so we can't trust the banks to not share our information, but we can trust your company.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, look, I don't want to jump in, but we put God first. We are a godly-based business. And I would encourage everybody in here to put God first in your businesses because it changes the culture. The water cooler talk switches. And it's amazing what happens. And you know, you look at Patriot Mobile, we don't hold ourselves out any differently. We don't have a better mousetrap. We have mousetrap. We have everything around it that's better. We support causes that align with our customers. That you know, you come to us for a reason. I see a handful of customers out there. Right there's one of them. But the reality of it is they don't come to us because we do it any better. If you get cell phone coverage today, you can get cell phone coverage. John, you know that. And it's just what we do with it. It's supporting organizations that are out there standing in the gap. And I'll tell you what, it takes a lot of courage to do that, especially to stand on the stage and you say, hey, he's at the helm of our business. He came to this earth, died for us, and rose again for our sins. And you look at that and you say, okay, there's a large group of people out there that don't like that. Well, you know what? When he's behind you, we have a shield that nobody else has.
No doubt.
That's right.
No doubt. When we stand together, that's when we make a difference. The left does a really good job at not buying our products and standing together themselves. And we got to do the same thing. I want to get to Frank Chapman. Frank, lawyer, not a bad thing, right? Here's the good news. He's running for Congress in Wyoming, and he's got President Trump's endorsement, so give him a hand. So he's going to do great things. He also just bought a ranch in Wyoming, so that means he's got to get up early like me, which, you know, is a good thing. Nothing like getting up at 3:45 a.m. every day. It's just good for the soul, Frank. Not. Listen, let me just ask you this.
Yeah.
I wanted you on this panel because you're a rainmaker.
Yeah.
You're the guy that brings businesses and consumers together to market. How do we get the Patriot economy such that we can convince our listeners, our viewers, that it's essential for them to take a serious look at buying the products and services of those companies that advertise and sponsor Truth Media?
Well, thanks for asking, and thank you everybody for allowing me to be here. It's such an honor. I am blessed in that God put me in a place where I could succeed. And through hard work and determination, I pulled myself up. I myself made money, and I started 15 years ago, but finally 10 years ago, I bought Heart 6 Ranch. And you made a joke about getting up early in the morning like that, but it's true. And one of the things on a ranch is you do work hard. You do get up because you've got to feed the animals who are in pens before you can feed yourself. And a lot of life is like that. If you can bring people together, and I find myself to be, it's my gift. My gift is to bring two people together, figure out what they need, and get them interested in the task at hand. And luckily for me, that advances our causes and makes life a better place. I was joking them earlier that the other day I texted somebody that's one of my buddies about a dinosaur for sale in Wyoming. True. The dinosaur was only 95% complete, so it wasn't ready for a museum. But our kids would have seen that, you know, if that was a whole dinosaur and he buys it, which he would have, our kids get to enjoy that. We've done something great for everybody and for society. So putting people together is a gift. I love it. I'm just very fortunate, and I'm blessed, and I'm very thankful for that.
Frank, what do you think the key is for motivating so many of the viewers and listeners of Truth Media to understand the essential importance of really giving our sponsors and advertisers a very, very serious look?
It's like anything. If we can educate people so that they understand. Like, I didn't understand that you actually had, I'm going to skip the word, to stand up to the government when they try to come in, just like Second Amendment rights, and either take an action or don't take an action, get an activist judge to violate it, and steal somebody's phone records. It's abhorrent, and it cannot happen in America. And that's one of the reasons I'm running, because I'm one of the people they tried to run over. But you're not going to run over me, and you're not going to run over my friends, and that's why I'm here.
Thank you. Glenn, so many people approach you, right, for advertising. I'm one of them, right? I called them the other day to sponsor us here at CPAC, and so we had to go through that. He's a tough negotiator. I asked him for $2,000. He said, no, that's not enough. I'll give you $4, thank you. So I appreciate that. So he negotiates up.
You forgot a zero on that.
Nobody else does that in America. So, but he told me, don't tell Scott, my marketing VP, that. Just keep it between us. So, you know, now the cat's out of the bag. Sorry. But look, as you talk to customers and they call your company, and by the way, if you call 972 Patriot, you get a real, like, human being that answers the phone on the third ring, right? You probably think it's AI, it's some real person in Dallas. But when you talk to your customers who are coming to you from shows like ours, from media companies like ours, what do you tell them?
Hello? No, actually, you know, they call us because they believe in what we serve. We say, it's very rare that you have a company that says, hey, this is what we're going to do, and we do what we say we're going to do. And the real beauty of it is they're fired up when they call us, and they talk to somebody here in the U.S., right? It's a redneck like me in East Texas or a California guy out in the valley. But, you know, at the end of the day, yeah, we love California, especially east of the West Coast. Anyway, you know, you talk to somebody like us, and that's what is really amazing. But I got to tell a quick story. I know we're running out of time, but, you know, one of the things, we come to conferences like this, and the real beauty is we see customers, and by the way, one said, hey, you know, I wasn't feeling real well the other day. Your salesperson knew it. And he said, wow, it brings tears to my eyes. He goes, you know, our agent said, I feel it in your voice. He goes, what's wrong? And you go, you know, I really need some prayer. So Philip, if you're out here, Philip prayed over him, and the guy said, I haven't had anybody offer to pray over me in years. And we ran into him. Yeah, look, I don't know if it saved his life. I don't know what it did, but that's what we do. We have a Bible out there. We'll pray. We won't pray if you don't want it. But that person came up to us over at our booth and said, hey, I am a different person today. Thank you for your organization. So before I go, I want to just thank our team. It is not me. It is all him, 100% him. And he put the great people around me because it's just him.
Well, thank you, Glenn, and I want to thank our panel, and I want to thank all of you out there for giving our sponsors and advertisers a real look. If there's a service or product you might need, you've got alternatives. We know you got choices, and we just ask that you look at our customers, take a look, go to their website, see if it might be something for you, because the alternative is you're spending your money with some woke DEI company that is supporting the fake news to continue to lie to you. So for everybody, I want to thank you for being here. You want to come on our show, you can catch us tomorrow, 5 to 9 a.m. That's what I have to get up at 3. 5 to 9 a.m. right downstairs in the exhibit hall. You can sign the Trump Plus, and we will see you there. Thank you.
When you get up at 3, can you feed my horses?
My parents fled corruption, violence, and persecution. And I was born in the greatest country in history, a nation built on truths our forefathers truly
the concept of assimilation to you, Prime Minister Truss?
Well, it's incredibly important, but first of all, there's a numbers problem. It's not just about assimilation. It has just been into great numbers for quite a long time in Britain. And some of the problems that we have with assimilation started in the 70s and 80s. So the grooming gangs scandal, where young girls, young white girls were being raped systematically by gangs, tens of thousands of them. That started in the 70s and 80s. It grew in the 90s and 2000s. It was covered up by the authorities. It was mainly perpetrated by Pakistani Muslim men, but it was covered up by the authorities because they said it would be racist to even question what was going on. So we have had this orthodoxy, this political correctness in Britain, that we are a multicultural society, that diversity is our strength, and anybody questioning it is racist. And we now have a government that is trying to introduce a definition of Islamophobia, of so-called anti-Muslim hatred, so you won't even be able to talk about it. And people ask me, is it really true, Liz, that people in Britain are being put in prison for talking about what's going on? And I say, yes, it is true.
Wow.
We saw Lucy Connolly, a young mum, jailed for 31 months for posting on X. That is how bad it is. So we have had an elite in Britain who perpetuate this myth, and our current Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, is a human rights lawyer. They perpetuate this myth that all cultures are equal, that it should be perfectly easy for people to assimilate, that somebody from Somalia has the same rights in Britain as somebody from Britain. And they have been absolutely ruthless. They've changed the law, they've changed the legal system, they've changed the way judges are appointed, they've regulated the media, and they've suppressed free speech to achieve their ends. And I put my hands up. I did not realize how bad it was until I got into government, until I got to the top of government, and I saw the way it actually operated. And that has convinced me that we need to completely change the way our country is run. We need to change the media, we need to take on the mainstream media, and we can no longer appease these forces because things are getting worse in Britain. And by the way, it's coming over here in America. If you look at what's happening with Mandami, if you look at what's happening in California, you have the same forces working in your society, and we're at war with those people. We're in a war for the future of Western civilization.
You know, Prime Minister Morawiecki, what Prime Minister Truss just said about diversity being our strength, it is absolutely contrary. That is a contradictory statement. Unity is our strength. National unity is our strength. Don't we have to start by pushing back on the leftists and calling them, sorry, the stupid people they really are?
Well, absolutely, we have to start with a sovereign state, because in the European Union, lots of the competencies, lots of the powers were usurped by the European Commission and the European Court of Justice. And they were superimposing their will on sovereign states. And this is why my government, which was Republican government, was so fiercely attacked by those leftist elites. So my proposal for the future of Europe would be to agree on Europe of strategic partnerships. If there are a couple of countries, like Germany, like the Netherlands or Danes or Belgium and a couple of others, who want to integrate their markets around illegal migration or Green Deal or any other madness, let them experiment, but leave us without this impact from Brussels. We don't want to be forced to taking those policies. So if there is, on the other side, a positive example, a couple of countries, eastern flank of NATO and eastern flank of the European Union, which are fearful of the hot breath of the Russian neck, of the Russian bear on our neck. And we want to integrate our forces And by the way, the United Kingdom, from that point of view, was on the same page with Poland and with the Scandinavians, as opposite to Germany and France. Then we should be able to integrate our defense industries even more without Green Deal imposed on us. That's the concept of Europe, of the European Union, of strategic alliances, strategic partnerships. We should make a step back towards the economic area, or the European economic community, which was working quite well, okay, and away with all the ideological madness around woke, gender philosophy, and all this, which we were flooded from Brussels, from Berlin, from Paris. And unfortunately, some of this came also from the eastern and western coast of the United States. Not from Texas, I reckon, but from some other places in this beautiful country.
Well, we've only got about 3.5 minutes left, so I want you to each take about 1.5 minutes and tell the Americans gathered here, because you all watched it. You had a front row seat of how this cancer of communism, this cancer of left-wing extremism, this cancer of wokeness has brought, as I said earlier, Europe onto the precipice of complete collapse and abandonment of Western civilization that has done so much to ease the ills of our imperfect world. If you were giving advice to we Americans, Prime Minister, what would you say?
Well, my number one piece of advice to America and President Trump is there is still a deep state here in America. I can see it. I can see the forces that believe in wokeism, transgender ideology, Islamism are still there in your media, they're still there in your bureaucracy. While you have power, you need to do all you can to change them and remove them. Because the big lesson from 14 years of Conservative government is we didn't do that. We should have reversed every single law that Tony Blair passed. We should have got rid of the people he had embedded in the government, and we didn't. And that is deeply regrettable now. The second point I would make is media. We need to make sure that our media succeeds, that we literally turn off the enemy and don't listen to the enemy, don't watch the enemy, and cut off their oxygen. That is what needs to happen in America and across the Western world. And my final point is, please help us fight these forces in Europe, because if you don't help us defeat them in Europe, they're coming for you next.
Sir.
Well, I can only add to what Liz said, that we are together. Europe and the United States, we should stick together, because the world is even more complicated, which than we were able to discuss within those 20 minutes. There is this Sino-Russian tandem, or the 4 countries of the axis of evil, North Korea, Iran, Russia, and China, and they are very much interconnected with each other. So we feel this very, very strongly, because next to our door there is war in Ukraine, which is lasting more than 4 years. So not only we should strengthen our chances to win with the leftist liberal elite, but we should also fight with those who want to push out the United States of Europe. I mean by this that we have common interests. In the transatlantic world, we have common interests. And this is why this Christian culture, which is the foundation of Europe and the foundation of the United States, should be really enhanced through our cooperation, potentially as an economic NATO, free trade zone between the United States and Europe, which would be half of the global GDP. We would be in a position to impose our will on others rather than only defend our fences and our walls. I wish Europe well. God bless America. God bless Europe. God bless Poland.
Ladies and gentlemen, the former Prime Minister of Poland, Mateusz Morawiecki, and the former Prime Minister of Great Britain, Liz Truss.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to encourage you to support Judicial Watch in a very
Hosted by CPAC board member Veronica Birkenstock.
Curveball there. We'll figure it out.
Good afternoon. Have you enjoyed CPAC so far? Wonderful. Well, I've got some great news. We're here to cancel Satan today. What do you think about that?
It's about time.
Don't you think so? Obviously, Satan has invaded every part of our lives, and he's done that from day one. And what we've seen is that just about every area of our lives, our families, our finances, especially our children, our schools, Satan is prevalent. And the key is obviously be able to discern that and being able to tell the difference between truth, real truth, God's truth, and then being able to ward away the evil. We have an excellent panel here today who are going to share some of their viewpoints and how they discern. And we're going to start with Jack today. Jack, would you like to talk? We spoke earlier about something that happened in Spain, which just happened today, and to really show you how Satan has really destroyed a life today.
Well, it's true, and it's very unfortunate, and I'm sure, I know you guys here locally at CPAC have been paying attention to the speakers and all, but story that's broken and is very, very active online, viral online right now, is that over in Spain, and I would call them socialist Spain, in Pedro Sanchez's Spain right now, that there's been a case of euthanasia, government-backed suicide that was administered to a young girl, 25 years old. Her name is Noelia Ramos, or her name was Noelia Ramos, because just a few hours ago, this government-backed, and I'm going to call it what it is, it was a government murder. It was a government murder that took her life. Listen to what happened here. A couple years ago, she went to the hospital because she had depression. They put her in a state-run home to be able to be watched for, so we thought. She was raped by multiple North African migrants while she was in government care. Following this, she did not receive the help that she needed. She attempted to commit suicide by jumping off a 5th-story window ledge, tried to kill herself. She didn't die. God saved her life even then. But she did become a paraplegic. Well, hold on, folks. Unfortunately, the story does not get better. Because then the government came to her and said, instead of helping her out of this terrible pit of despair through healing, they said that we want to offer you government-backed suicide. Her family fought it. Her mother said to turn it off, said to stop it. They said no. You know why they said no? Because her organs had already been promised to another patient. They took her organs, even before she was dead, while she was still alive. And her father tried to file a lawsuit with the government, and they still said no. They still said no. And I'm very sorry to say that that was carried out earlier today. It's atrocious. It is not compassion. It is unhuman, and it is satanic. And when you do not embrace a culture of life, then by default, you become a culture of death. And that just goes to show you that that is the end point of all far leftist socialist politics. It always ends with the deaths of the innocent.
Just a tragedy, absolutely totally preventable as well. Satan enters at every opportunity. We have to be on guard. You have to be able to recognize it at every step. And as a parent, I see it every day with my kids, and it's hard being a parent, especially when so many hours of the day they're actually with someone else. They're not with you. So it's important that also, in our churches. Pastor Burns, why don't you tell us a little bit about what your mission is? Everybody knows Pastor Burns. Know you? Everybody's met him before? Let's give him a hand.
Thank you.
He's on fire for God.
Yes. Well, we're here to talk about counseling Satan.
Yeah.
And I'm so happy for Matt and Mercedes and CPAC for hosting this very special message. How do we counsel Satan in America? Well, number one, it is time for the church to stop bowing down to culture and start bowing down to Christ. The problem in America is that we have too many weak preachers of the gospel of Jesus Christ that won't open up their mouths and start speaking the truth and truth to power. We have to disciple America. There's a reason why Donald Trump is rededicating America back to the living God coming up soon, because this nation was founded on Christian principles. It was founded with the ideal that Jesus is Lord of America. Do you believe that? Say yes to that.
Amen.
Yes.
And we are becoming too passive. Even right now, we're so slow to clap our hands the moment we talk about defeating Satan. The only way we can defeat Satan is with the power and the love of Jesus Christ. Amen. We fight not against flesh and blood. I can't hear nobody. I can't hear nobody. We fight not against flesh and blood, but against every principality, wickedness of high places. Our enemy is not Joe Biden, it's Satan from the gates of hell.
Amen.
I can't hear nobody. That is why we have a nation that is allowing children to change their sex. That's why we have a nation that makes it easy to kill babies. Y'all not talking back to me, but I'm telling you the truth. And until we stop bowing down to culture, until America turns back to Jesus, until America remember why we became the nation that we are, it is because we decided with our founders that we, the United States of America, we pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That's how we count.
Y'all ready to go to church?
Good luck following that.
Thank you, Pastor, for bringing us to church. Bill is in the media business. His company is the Great American Media. Bill, why don't you tell us your story and how your career has evolved and what you're doing now to change the culture, especially in our movie industry, which we all know media has a huge impact on what we think, what we feel, and what we do.
Media is the center of so much, and it influences people whether we like it or not. And first of all, I have to follow, these two. That's a little unfair here. Nevertheless,
with your media.
What you said about the Pledge of Allegiance. When's the last time you heard the Pledge of Allegiance cited or said out loud? It's like in the culture today, you're almost not allowed to say it, which is so frustrating and so challenging. And that's what we're doing at Great American Media. We are bringing back the national anthem. We're playing it every day at the start of our broadcast day.
Amen.
Pledge of Allegiance as well, because it is the fabric of our country. And what we are doing across all of our content is being relentlessly positive, uplifting, and faith, family, country are our three pillars that we focus on relentlessly, and all of our stories uplift faith. They put family in a positive light, and they put the country in a positive light too, the military especially. And you look around the entertainment landscape, I'm waiting for the next movie to be made off of Jack's story here. You won't read it though, you won't see it in the news tonight though, I'm sure. So we are here to bring positive light into the world that way through our entertainment by supporting faith, family, and country.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Jack, we know with your podcast, you reach millions on a daily basis. Tell us what you can do or what you are doing to defeat Satan.
Wow, what am I working to do? Well, I mean, it's very simple, and it goes back to what Pastor Mark Burns was saying here, is this needs to be a multi-pronged, multi-effort, multi-vertical force for good. And it's very simple as this. When the communists began their counter-revolution in this country, what was the very first thing they did? The very first thing they did was they drove God from the public square. And we're coming up now on Holy Week. Holy Week is next week. Palm Sunday is this Sunday. Holy Week follows. If you go back to the 1950s, in New York City, what would you see on Good Friday across the New York City skyline? You would see the 3 crosses of Calvary would be across the New York City skyline. And what do we see when we look across the New York City skyline right now? The Empire State Building on Transgender Awareness Day will have the colors of the trans flag up on top. So you see what they did, folks. You see what they did. Oh, I know. But look what they did. They removed our God and they replaced him with theirs. That's what they've done, and that's what they've done to our country. And so when I look at this, I say it's not just about getting all of this out of the schools. It's not enough to get all of this out of the public square. No, it is not enough simply to remove this. We must restore God to the public square. We must restore the Bible. We must restore the 10 Commandments. And we must restore the public proclamation that Christ is King.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
And that's what we try to do.
I'm just going to piggyback on that, because how did that happen? It happened because we, the people of the United States of America, we, the believers who believe that Jesus died on the cross and he rose again with omnipotent power in his hand. Do I still got believers here at CPAC that believe Jesus died and he rose again? Is anybody looking for Jesus to come back here? I can't hear nobody.
Yes!
Jack just said Jesus is king. That should be the moment that this place erupted, better than Donald Trump walking on the stage. Jesus is king.
Yes.
And it is that level. Jack said it. How did that happen? It happened because we are too busy being the silent majority. Do you think that those of other faiths, if you trample on their faith, you think they're going to be silent? No, we become too comfortable here in America. Loud churches don't change policies.
Amen.
Amen.
We're here to inspire you, but for you to take this fire, not to entertain you. We are about to lose a nation. Do you hear me, church?
Yes.
We are about to lose a nation. We, the people, to form a more perfect union. We, the people, we are God's children. And we believe it so much that we put it on our currency. But yet we're sitting back and we're letting other faiths move in. And we're letting other people who denounce the Christ is king to move in. And you sit back and let it happen. We are here to counsel Satan in every form. So you're hearing what I'm telling you. Now, I know that you may not go to a black church, but you'll be going to a black Baptist church by the time we're done here in this setting. I can't hear nobody. I wish you would open up your mouth and just declare, Jesus is king.
Yes.
Yes, he is.
Give him glory right where you are.
Yes.
Glory to Jesus.
He is king. But we can't let it happen, because if we stop and if we're silent and if we don't pick up the cross and follow Messiah, if we don't pick up the sword, must Jesus bear the cross alone? No. He saved us. He wrapped us in his love by the blood of the Lamb. The only way we counsel Satan is with the blood of Jesus. So you hear what I'm telling you?
Amen.
But you can't be silent about it, church. I'm talking to you. You can't be quiet about it. The moment they try to put gay books inside your public school, you should open up your mouth and say, the devil is a liar. I won't let this pornographics show up in my school. Y'all not talking back to me. Where is the fire of the Holy Ghost? You've got to be bold about it, America. Because if you don't, they will be bold. And that's why we're losing, Veronica. We're losing territory. Yes. But God brought you here. God brought Jack here. God brought me here. God brought me here to tell you, to inspire you. Call on the name of Jesus. But be bold about it.
Be bold about it.
If God be for me,
yes.
I can't hear nobody. Who can be? Y'all not talking back to me. Who can be against me? All right, go ahead, Veronica. I'm done.
He's not done. He's just kidding. He's not done. What I would like to do is let's end this session in prayer, and let's pray for our country. Let's pray for discernment.
Yes.
And let's pray that God will enlighten us and give us the words and the wisdoms to actually cancel on a daily basis, probably about every hour, every minute, honestly, because Satan will be attacking you. And he will probably attack us more after we walk out of this room because of what we've done here on this stage today. But would you mind if we all just stood and pray for our nation right now?
Can I just add one thing? When they tell you not to pray, just remember this. Prayer causes pain to demons.
Yes.
And when those of the faithful pray together, it causes harm to demons.
Yes.
Let's pray. Let's stand. Will you stand with us and let's pray for our country?
Yes.
Pastor Mark, will you please lead us?
Let's pray. Grab somebody's hand. Grab somebody's hand. How many know we need a revival here in America? How many know we need a revival here in America?
Yes.
Father God, in the name of Jesus, Lord, we first pray for you, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. You have declared through the framers of this great nation that this is a Christian nation. This nation belongs to you, God. Now, Father, we ask you now to bring revival like never before. Let a fresh fire that moves from this pulpit that will spread to every person under the sound of my voice and to every person that is watching this broadcast, that you will be emboldened to do what Jack says and pray to the living God. And when we pray in the name of Jesus, demons tremble, oh God. Marriages are restored. Healings take place. Finances are restored. And lives are extended. So, Father, in the name of Jesus, we commit this prayer to you. We commit CPAC to you. And we pray for the greatest president in our lifetime, President Donald J. Trump, that he may continue to lead this nation back to you. We dedicate this to you in the name of the living God. And if we believe this, we shout, amen.
Amen.
Amen. Praise God. Hallelujah.
Thank you.
Hallelujah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Honorable Jackson Purfirst, and your moderator, senior columnist for townhall.com, Kurt Schlichter.
Please sit down, guys, sit down. Well, you guys are in for a treat. I bet you guys have been waiting for this one, right? Oh my gosh, okay. I'm 61 years old, and I'm getting shown up by a 23-year-old and 25-year-old. 6 decades of kicking commie ass. We got to turn it over, folks. We got to turn it over, and these are the guys to do it. Jackson Purfirst, mayor of Cross Lake, Minnesota, taking the lead in fighting fraud. Nick Shirley, I don't need to introduce him. Anybody out there remember a guy named Andrew Breitbart? This guy right here is fulfilling Andrew's dream. Nick, how did you get into being an independent journalist out there revealing fraud?
Well, I started just by wanting to see what was happening in the world, and then it turns out the world's very corrupt. So I ended up investigating corrupt issues such as the border, and then eventually the fraud in Minnesota.
Oh, wow. As a boomer, I'm kind of like, every time I hear you. Jackson.
Yeah.
You are the mayor of Cross Lake, Minnesota. How do you become a mayor at 25 and get into a fight with Tim Walz?
You know what? I'm just so thankful for my community that they were ready for a young voice to be mayor. And so that's how I became mayor, college student and mayor. So.
Wow.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, if you guys aren't picking up the theme, it's the passing of the torch. These young guys are facing challenges we didn't face, and they're kicking tail. Nick, you have had an incredible run of success. How the heck did that happen?
Well, people think it's just like overnight, or they think that it was just a few videos, but in reality, since I've been 15 years old, I've been making a video every single week for now about 8 years. And so it's a lot of work. And then, but it just feels like it felt like something I was called to do in a way, and I never stopped. There was lots of times when I felt like I should stop, but for some reason I did not. And so it's been amazing to see the impact that these videos have created here inside the country as well.
Well, I mean, I think one of the unforgettable things about the last few months is the Leering Center.
I'm the CEO now.
You're the CEO. yeah, just the CO.
My partners fled. They closed down shop and they left, so it's my duty to keep the shop running.
Well, and you can take the company retreat in Mogadishu. Speaking of unpleasant cities, Ilhan Omar family values. I guess that makes Minneapolis the city of brotherly love.
Sadly, you're right.
As mayor, you've been telling me backstage that actually what's happening is Minnesota and Minneapolis and its corruption is sucking all the money in from actual American citizens out in red Minnesota. How's that work?
Yes, so the fraud is happening right down in Minneapolis and St. Paul, and St. Paul is our state capital. But what's happening in the metro is that all of these programs that are using these fraudulent dollars or taxpayer dollars that should be going out to greater Minnesota and local government aid to help their cities with infrastructure projects or budgets or just necessity programs, all that money that should be going outstate is being absorbed by these fraudulent programs. So if we don't crack down on this fraud, greater Minnesota cities are already feeling the struggle and the burden from the fraud. They're all going to be choked up. This is huge. This is people's livelihoods. This is cities that are going to go under if we don't get a handle on this fraud.
Nick, when you did this and when you exposed this, you kicked up a hornet's nest. Tell us what was it like to be under pressure from the left, including the regime media, when all this started?
You would think that the leaders inside our country, especially those where the fraud was exposed, that they'd be happy that the fraud was exposed. But in fact, they're probably part of the fraud. So they weren't very happy. In fact, they
they wanted people to even go out in the streets and to riot, and they encouraged these people to go out and protest because we were exposing fraud inside of our country. We were exposing each and every single one of your dollars because that was federal money as well, and they were upset that that was getting exposed. So when we talk about the world actually being corrupt, you really do have people inside of our government who hate America. And so it's our duty to really go out and face them head on. If we don't, who knows what America will come to. Yeah. And so something that was interesting for me to expose this fraud is the first time where really my hand was forced to really go out and give my opinion and to actually have to necessarily stand up for myself when you did have these people like Tim Waltz calling you delusional conspiracy theorist, far-right, white supremacist. And at the end of the day, it's because they're guilty of this fraud, but it helped me understand that like you do have to confront these people and stand strong, or else they will win, and the critics are always louder than the people that are doing the doing. And so it's our responsibility to fight back.
Yeah.
Now, Nick, what would I know about fraud? I'm from California. Looking at it from the outside, it looks like almost a immune system response to an invader. Like fraud is an organic part of the Democrat leftist power system in Minnesota. And I'll follow up with you, Jackson. Is it part and parcel of what they do, or is it an outside thing?
100%. I mean, they don't even want people to show their own ID at the voting when they go to vote. In California, if you show your ID, or even in Minnesota, if you show your ID, they're not even going to let you show your ID when you go to vote. And so then you have these politicians that are, for instance, Gavin Newsom right now, he's leading the way to become the Democrat nominee on markets like Polymarket to go out and become the next president if the Democrats were to win. He won't even allow his state to show ID. And so a lot of the stuff that is supported by the Democrats is fraudulent or it is corrupt.
Jackson, would you say that this fraud is business as usual for the Democrats? It is their operating system.
It is the way of doing business of the Democratic Party in Minnesota is fraud. You know, back in 2014, the fraud was just brought out about the Medicaid program. Then it was brought up again in 2018 by former Congressman Jason Lewis. And we just took it as Minnesotans that our government would get a handle on this. And they haven't. I mean, look where we are today. When I had a letter that I published with 268 other mayors across the state of Minnesota condemning the fraud and condemning the fiscal direction of the state, Nick's video and my letter hit it the same day. And this is coming from two young people who see what's happening to this country, what's happening to this state, and what's happening to your guys' taxpayer dollars that is hurting everybody. And the Democrats just think it's okay. They're okay with the small percentage. That's what they say when they call me. Well, it's just a small percentage of the budget that's fraud. Fraud should be zero. There should be no fraud. Why would anybody want fraud? But that is how they operate. That's just the normal daily life. Leering centers and fraud.
Well, we've identified a problem. Now we need to identify a solution. Nick, what's the answer? What do we do? Step one is to expose. What do we do next?
Arrest and deport the fraudsters, especially if they're illegal. I mean, you literally have people here who hate America and steal our money and act like it's no big deal. So we should arrest them, and if they're illegal, deport them.
Arrest and deport.
Yes.
I'm going to make that my tramp stamp. Jackson, what do we do?
I agree. You know, these people that hate America, and even if they don't have to even be Somali, that is, you know, the fraud is being perpetrated by in Minnesota. I don't care what race they are. They should be arrested and deported. I agree. And we need to keep bringing awareness to how this is affecting everybody.
Nick, what's next for Nick Shirley?
There's a lot of fraud to expose. Maybe some more in California. I heard someone say that back there. maybe have to go do a follow-up on the Leering Centers in Minnesota. But I can't reveal too much, or else the fraudsters will know where I'm going. They're all on high alert right now. Yeah, we do have some security now. Columbus, Ohio? I hear that one's pretty bad there, too.
Who wants Nick to come to their town? Because this ain't unique. This is everywhere, right?
Everywhere. Look, everyone's just shouting out their states because they know the fraud's so bad.
Right.
So maybe some of you should stand up your own cities as well and confront the fraudsters. Because
now, Jackson, as a 25-year-old mayor, when I was 25, I was drinking Coors and being a platoon leader. Mostly drinking Coors. Young people today, and I think Charlie Kirk really highlighted it. You guys are facing a different world, a different situation. What can we do to support guys like you, your age, who we're going to pass the torch to?
Continue to stand behind us, encourage us, pray for us, do everything possible to help us achieve our goals, which then in turn help you guys achieve your goals. Like you said, we are the next generation. It is a calling, I truly believe, for our generation to finally stand up, grab the bull by the horns, and lead this country and our states to success.
Outstanding. Nick, double question. What could we do to help your generation in general and your work in particular?
yeah, I think supporting people like me and supporting people like Jackson as well is super important, but then also going about and actually being willing to be that person who stands up in your own community. You don't need to make a viral video. You don't need to post on social media, but you do need to have a voice inside of the areas where you do live and support the younger generations inside your own towns because they want the best, but maybe they just don't know how to go out and get the best. And they need to have strong mentors to be able to show them the way and people that are supportive. And then if the best thing to continue my work is to continue supporting and watching and sharing, because that's how we get the message out to the masses, and that's how we eventually get corrupt politicians like Tim Walz to drop out of running for re-election.
Yeah. Nothing like putting one in the W column. Right now, looking at you two guys, I think there are two other guys looking down. Charlie Kirk, who really put a spotlight on the challenges faced by young conservatives, young Americans. And another guy, I think you were a fetus at the time, Andrew Breitbart, because you are bringing to fruition what Andrew was talking about with citizen journalism and citizen participation. Thank you very much. Show your support for these guys. That's it. Nick, Shirley, Jackson, perfect.
Thank you.
Please welcome Director, Office of National Drug Control Policy, the Honorable Sarah Carter, Angel Mom of Weston, Ann Fundner, the Queen of Versailles, Jackie Siegel, and your moderator, the Washington Times Editor-at-Large, Alex Sawyer.
All right, thank you guys. We have a major topic, very heavy, but I just want to applaud the three of you for using your voices and helping decrease the number of overdose deaths that's happening to our youth. It's so important to continue to speak out about it. And Sarah, I wanted to start with you and your actions of what you're doing with the administration. I know you head the Office of National Drug Control Policy as the Trump administration's drug czar. Thank you so much for taking on that role. I know it was a major one given how President Trump spoke about the flow of fentanyl into our country during his campaign. And I wanted to first ask you, I know you started your career as an investigative reporter at Fox. You previously worked at the Washington Times, where I am now. And I wanted to know, what was, I think, what surprised you most from going as a reporter, a journalist, into the administration, into the government, and what have you found?
So thank you so much first for that intro. And yeah, it's been a long road, 25 years covering the cartels along the US-Mexico border, the nearly 2,000-mile porous border until President Trump, thank God, came into office and shut it down. And I think the difference is, for me now being in government, being on the other side, is taking what I've learned over the last 25 years covering the cartels, covering Al-Qaeda, covering Islamic State, all of these terrorist organizations, and being able to take those lessons learned and implement it into what we're doing, into policy. And we're seeing that across the board. For the first time in modern American history, we have a president that means what he says, does what he says, gets out there and holds people accountable. We will no longer allow the cartels or our foreign adversaries to operate with impunity and kill our children and our citizens. It's over for them. And it's over for them because of President Trump. And this is about real lives. And on this stage, this is not about us getting accolades. We are far from that. We still have 71,000 plus deaths in the United States over the last year from overdose and poisonings. Our children are dying. It's reduced, thank God, because of President Trump. We're not seeing the over 100,000 deaths that we were seeing in the past, but it's about real families. It's like Ann and Jackie, who have suffered the greatest loss imaginable, the loss of a child, and not being able to wake up in the morning and see your child's beautiful face and hold them in your arms.
God bless
and
you.
we're all moms, and I just want to say, like, it's, you know, you're never supposed to bury your child. And I know the two of you, what you're doing and speaking out is unbelievable. It's saving lives. You're using your child's voice and helping other moms. And so I'll start with you, Ann. I know your son Weston passed at 15 years old. It was one single pill, right? A Percocet, I believe, and it was laced with fentanyl. I've heard you talk about how he was an athlete, good grades, did everything right. You know, I think it's wonderful what you're doing for his platform and getting this word out to other parents. What advice do you have to other moms of teens, okay, with peer pressure and whatnot, and how they should communicate with them about fentanyl?
Absolutely. Well, my son was an amazing kid, but he was a typical teenager, and he was curious that, you know, and had a new group of friends. And I had so many conversations, and I still do with my kids, and I always have, about the dangers of trying anything that anyone gives you, especially if it looks like a pill. You never take something that your doctor doesn't give to you. And he knew, he did know, but what I always tell parents is the danger
is with fentanyl around, is they're being deceived by thinking that they're taking one thing, but they're taking another. Peer pressure was really the avenue that drove my son into what happened to him, because he did know, but he was with a new group of friends. I think he just wanted to fit in. He was only at the high school for a few weeks. We've always private schooled him. This was a public school. It was a lot different. And he was, you know, asked to try something, and I don't think he wanted to be the odd man out. And so he tried something, and it wasn't even a whole pill, and it killed him.
I wanted to ask a quick follow-up about, you know, where were the breakdowns in the system that led to that pill reaching your son?
The breakdowns in the system is, I mean, it came over the open border. It, you know, California, where we were living in Dana Point, no border control. I mean, the whole United States was open during that time. So the breakdown in the system is that they weren't criminalizing, they weren't watching the border. Every time that they would get a routine traffic stop, they would find, you know, every time they found 400,000 little blue pills, they would give the person a court date, come back in 2 weeks, and they were back over the border within an hour. California really was very negligent, but the Biden-Harris administration was incredibly negligent, just allowing, you know, 5,000 people, 10,000 people, just the open borders were just such a driver of this incredibly horrible epidemic where we've lost 500,000 people under the Biden years because it's underreported. So, you know, we know that there were at least 400,000, but I think it's probably closer to 500,000 people are mourning their children, and it's very intentional.
Jackie, I wanted to also talk to you about your daughter, Victoria. I know you founded Victoria's Voice following her overdose, and I want to also extend my condolences. I know fentanyl has recently also taken another one of your relatives' lives, so my prayers are with you. One of the things I wanted to ask you is for parents in the audience. I know with your organization, you do a lot of education, parents, also for those in schools, administrators, that what they might be able to look for, warning signs that they can pick out.
Okay, just so everyone knows where I'm coming from, and thank you for having me today and to being on this amazing panel. Me and my husband, David Siegel, lost our daughter 10 years ago from a drug overdose. And our mission was to save lives through our Victoria's Voice Foundation so that no other parents would go through this great loss. My husband and I were going to we were going to move into Versailles for his birthday last May, and a few weeks before, oh my God, I'm so sorry. What does everyone say? Oh, sorry, President, I'm in a meeting. So last May, a few weeks before we moved in, my husband had passed from cancer. And on that afternoon, my only sister did a line of fentanyl, and she passed the same day as my husband. And to make even a greater impact, on my way here to speak on this panel, I got a text, and the text said, our grandson has just passed from a fentanyl overdose. On the way here, I found out about last evening when I was landing. So, oh my God, I gotta put my phone on silent. I don't know how to do that, I'm so stressed out. Yes, please. I'm too stressed out because I'm too emotional. I'm trying not to cry right now. But that's just part of the impact of the great things that has had on my family. And I pray to God, and I say, God, why is this happening to me? I've got the greatest thing in the world happening. I had the Broadway show. I've got the biggest palace in America, and all of this tragedy is happening to me. And his answer was he put all this in place so that I can make a greater impact in this world and give me the wherewithal and have the voice through the fame, through even our Versailles house to raise money. And to answer your question, what we're doing also, we have many programs in our Victoria's Voice Foundation because we've gone nationwide, and one of them is vital signs, because it all goes back as parents. Like we didn't know the signs of a child doing drugs. We didn't, had we known the changes of behavior or the fact that they're being bullied. So we have a whole virtual program, I don't know if I call it a program, but where we give the parents through a lot of the churches that are participating access to the education to look for these signs of the children doing drugs.
What should a parent do when they do recognize one of those signs? What's their next step?
Well, the next step would be to talk to your child, to tell them you're their friend. And you can also seek like a counselor or through the church and just build the relationship. Like, because one of the things the kids they're so afraid of their parents, I'm going to get grounded, they hide everything. And honestly, kids, when they're doing drugs, they can be the greatest actors in the world. Like, they should be getting Academy Awards of the way that they can hide this from their parents. So I say just to show your love and be their friend and seek advice.
And then Anne, I want to go to you before I turn to some administration questions. I think I read or I saw a podcast you did previously, and you mentioned something about how highly addictive fentanyl is. Yes. And that if you do have the signs or find out that your child has tried it, that maybe the first step is actually taking them physically to, I don't know, is it a physician or a rehab? Like, what would be, I recall you said it was so highly addictive that intervention needs to happen right away. Is there someone to call? Is there a center? Like, what do you direct family members to do?
Yes, I mean, you have to direct them straight that day into a facility, because fentanyl is so addictive. Within a couple of hours, they're going to start getting withdrawal symptoms that, are just horrible: shakes, fevers, bowel issues. They're going to want to feel like they have to throw up, and they can't get out of bed. I mean, shaking. It's really horrible, bone pain. And so the person who gave it to them, who's very well trained and speaks your kid's language, is going to say, try a little bit more just to take that edge off. You'll be okay. And they know that they can't tell their parents because they've done something wrong. That's the grooming process. So from there, your child now is going to be roped into an addiction instead of out of an addiction they never wanted because they tried something once. So it's important, because your child will die, to get them intervention. I mean, I've talked about, maybe making 24 hours hold open to people who are trying to get their kids off of fentanyl, because, I mean, just getting them in immediately, because they're going to want to take the edge off. And at any time, that little edge, 2 salt grains could kill you, that little edge. But you had asked me before, what do you talk to your kids about? Peer pressure. Run scenarios so that they have a script. So when someone asks them if they want to do something, they have the knowledge and the know-how and the script to say no. And guess what? Other kids will then be able to get out of it as well. They'll hear them say no, and then they'll say, yeah, no, me either. So talk to your kids about peer pressure and have that script ready, but get them in right away. Don't wait till Monday. I can't tell you how many parents I know who waited till Monday and kids died on Saturday. Do not wait. It has to be immediate, because your child will die.
Sarah, I wanted to ask you, I think Anne brought up the border and issues with the flow of the drugs into the country where the system broke down. I know the president has taken on this drug boat campaign. And so I wanted to ask you, has the targeting of these boats, what type of impact has it had on the flow of fentanyl or cocaine, other drug supplies coming in our country?
Well, it certainly has had a strong impact, not just in the Western Hemisphere, but across the globe. Our focus on the Western Hem is to put the focus on America and America first. And what you're hearing here, these 2 stories, they're not unique, sadly. The cartels, as well as our adversaries, and I'm talking about the people that are selling those precursor chemicals that are leaving China, that are leaving from India, that are leaving from other parts of the world and entering our hemisphere, they know exactly what they're doing. And they know that they're adulterating these pills to get not only to impact us as a society and to break us and to create this massive casualty event. Can you imagine? Think about the numbers here. And you were right, under Biden and Harris, it was a wide open border. So these cartels made hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars in human trafficking and sale of narcotics. And our adversaries, those that are targeting us on the other side, pushed and pushed and pushed for this proxy war that is on our streets. And it was right under our noses, and it was a Trojan horse. So these strikes, you know, Operation Southern Spear, the taking down of El Mencho in Mexico, that is the Mexican government working closely with us and our intelligence apparatus to take out one of the most notorious and nefarious drug cartel leaders in our hemisphere sends, yeah, thank you. Sends a message across the Western Hem. We are no longer going to take it. We are no longer going to allow you to poison and kill our children. We are no longer going to allow you to operate with impunity. Your days are numbered. And for every other cartel member out there that thinks they're going to wait out President Trump or that they're going to get away with this, they are sadly mistaken. Their days are over. It is done.
Thank you.
No other parent should have to wake up in the morning and suffer what they have suffered. No officer should get the phone call, you know, from the school that there's a kid in a bathroom that has collapsed because they took a pill that they thought was Adderall. They're only 12 years old and now they're dead. That's unacceptable. So, Operation Southern Spear, people can debate all day long. These people are pushing poison into our country, and it is over. They are terrorists, and they will be dealt with accordingly.
Yes. Yes.
We only have about 1 minute left, so just to quickly follow up, I'm assuming that we talk about this as a financial gain for the cartels, right? Like, what type of dent have we seen the Trump administration make in that, and what type of other crimes should families be looking at to see, are they turning towards other fraud schemes to try to make back that money?
I'll make this really quick because I know we don't have a lot of time, and I want the moms to be able to close this out because it's about them that we're here. We have seen a decrease in fentanyl coming into our country around 56% to 57%, which is phenomenal. We're seeing it being weakened. We are holding China accountable and telling them we are watching the supply chain and you will be responsible if we see more deaths in our country. No question about it. We are going to ensure that the supply chain is clean. Our office has a national drug control policy that will insist that the supply chain is clean, and on the demand side, we are going to make it readily available for those suffering from substance use disorder and addiction. We want them to be able to get effective treatment if they so desire, faster and quicker than they can get a drug off the street. And that is our goal, and we're going to make sure that every single American has that right, and we're going to prevention, as somebody said. We are going to ensure that our kids and our parents are armed with the tools that they will need to fight back. You're a part of this. You're our army. Thank you.
And on behalf of Sarah and I just want to say to both of you, thank you so much for using your voice and your stories to help other parents. We're both moms. I have a 4-year-old. I have to go and study your foundation and make sure I know the tips and things to look for. Where can people follow both of you on social media or your website so they know if they need a resource or what they could go, you know, study up to make sure they know how to bring up these important topics with their teens?
Yep. I'm Ann Elizabeth US on social media, and I'll tell you, I'm always open to talk. And also, I wanted to say thank you. President Trump has done everything to shut down this crisis. He's still working hard. And he put someone who's been standing by our side. Before she became the drug czar, she would be out at our rallies. I want a round of applause for Director Carter because we love her so much. Thank you.
And I know everyone can see you often on TV and follow you, but is there your website for your foundation that they can go at?
Well, it's the Queen of Versailles on Instagram and also on Facebook. And I do want to say, I think I just met my new best friend, Brooke.
I love you, Jackie.
I'm going to come meet you in Washington, D.C.
I love you.
to help in any way that I can. So thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our kids have to come first. They got to know that we love them. We got to stand by their side and fight for them. Thank you.
In a time of broken promises, one man stood apart and kept his word. He secured the border, unleashed American energy dominance, cut taxes, defended women's sports, crushed crime, ended government weaponization, brought back jobs, defunded Planned Parenthood, cut off USAID giveaways, ended taxpayer funding for PBS and NPR, and protected American values. Promises made, promises kept. Donald J. Trump.
Artificial intelligence is transforming our world faster than anyone ever imagined. Across America, workers are already being replaced, and children are being exposed to powerful technologies with almost no protections. Families are wondering what comes next while big tech races ahead. But America's always believed one simple truth: technology should serve people, not replace them, because humanity must always.
Project, Mike Davis. U.S. Special Envoy to Belarus, John Cole. And your moderator, host of The Ben Ferguson Show, Ben Ferguson.
How is everybody? I need a little more noise. You're in Texas, so we gotta do a little loud. There we go. I knew there's always one in the front. That's all you need. You just need that one, just that one guy. You're like my favorite. You were my best friend at Ole Miss in college. That would have been, you would have been my hype man. It's so good to be in Texas with you guys. We've got a lot to talk about right now, and I want to start. There's a theme, like, why does no one go to jail when they commit what I would consider to be serious crimes? Let me give you an example of the last 24 hours. Jack Smith, anybody ever heard of that guy? Yeah, you know that guy. I gotta give him credit. That guy went pro. He went pro at abusing power. Next level, I give him credit for that. According to testimony cited yesterday, Smith wanted broader use of material witness warrants, even in cases where individuals had not been charged. That's concerning. He supported using digital surveillance tools to map associations between political activists. Now, what does that look like? Donald Trump's the top of the tree. Susie is right there. You go with the kids here, and you just start branching out. That's literally what he said he wanted to do in his own words. What's even more shocking than that is we learn at the end that he basically said, we're not trying to find a crime, we're trying to create a crime. You guys are both lawyers. I'll start on the end first, and I'll get your reaction to this. You have the government that literally said, under the Biden regime, target our political enemies. Figure out if you can get a crime, then target an individual after you find a crime, and then we'll connect it to an individual. How bad is that compared to, I don't know, like Watergate?
It's worse. And this has actually been going on for almost 10 years. It started under Barack Obama and Joe Biden during President Trump's first campaign. They illegally spied on his campaign. They made up the Russian collusion hoax. They tried to use our intel agencies and law enforcement to help Hillary Clinton's campaign and hurt President Trump's campaign. When they failed and the American people sent President Trump to the White House, they tried to sabotage his presidency. They impeached him twice for nonsense. They rigged and stole the 2020 election when he was out of office, and they understood that President Trump was thinking about running for office again. They brought a series of coordinated illegal indictments against President Trump. They indicted him 4 times for non-crimes. They tried to bankrupt him for non-fraud. They tried to throw him off the ballot unconstitutionally in several states. Joe Biden intentionally underfunded President Trump's Secret Service protection. It almost got him killed twice. We have new revelations that Jack Smith, this partisan Scud missile who Joe Biden launched at President Trump to try to take him out, we are finding out that Jack Smith illegally spied on President Trump's campaign again.
Yeah.
They spied on Susie Wiles.
Not once, but twice. Yeah. And to break it down clearly, just so people understand what they found out in the Senate Judiciary Committee, they decided to spy on Donald Trump's campaign again, and the people they thought would be in the campaign that would be connecting those dots, including what we've been told is Susie was talking to an attorney. There's attorney-client privilege. You guys know about that. It's kind of a big deal. You can like be disbarred if that gets messed up. And they're like, no, we're just going to listen on those phone calls anyway. That is unheard of in the legal world. Is that fair to say? That does not happen.
Yeah, I would say this, that justice is definitely coming for this. And justice may be slower than we like sometimes, but justice is definitely coming. We have news reports that Jason Redding Quinones, the new U.S. attorney down in the Southern District of Florida, we see news reports there is a grand jury set up down there. Actually, that's a court document. There's a new grand jury in Fort Pierce, Florida. That's the same place where they did the Mar-a-Lago raid, the illegal raid on President Trump to get back presidential records that President Trump was allowed to have under the Presidential Records Act. They wanted these records because it was the Russian collusion hoax.
Yeah.
And so I would say to these lawfare Democrats, you better lawyer up because justice is definitely coming. And Jack Smith better be in prison when this is all done.
Amen to that. John, I want to ask you, I have the privilege of co-hosting a podcast with Senator Ted Cruz. He's been all in on this, been leading this fight in the Senate, certainly. But you've actually gone up against Jack Smith.
Oh, yeah.
What was that like, and how bad is it to deal with a guy like that you know is not playing fair?
Well, I was against him 3 times, General Kellogg and 2 other people. I was not before myself, but represented people in front of the J6 committee. I did the big tech cases for Donald Trump, and there was justice because we got $60 million out of those sons of... Okay?
Everybody else in the room finished that statement, by the way. You're good.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. In the back, they were real loud, but keep going.
There's several things were appalling to me. I also worked in some of the New York cases, the lawfare against him. It was appalling me. First of all, the Soviet Union wouldn't even bring those cases. They were so thin and
Say that again. I want to make it very clear for some of the media in the back. They hear what you just said.
The Soviet Union would not have brought those cases against their political opponents. They were so thin and so ridiculous, but they did. One thing that disturbed me when I was up in New York or during this whole thing was I didn't see one Democrat from Congress, Senate, or any place they stand up and say, wait a minute. I didn't see any lawyer in the country stand up and say, wait a minute. It was us. There's, you know, people who were involved in it and some Republicans. But it was absolutely horrible what happened. I mean, everything from the assassination attempts to, you know, everything. I went to Trump back in the spring of 2020, probably his lowest point politically. And I said, you know, because everything like you just said was incoming. So I went to him and I said, let's go reverse the flow and get something going against them. And that's when we filed the big tech cases, which eventually resulted in the $60 million.
Let me ask you guys a bigger question, and I want you guys to raise your hands in the audience on this one. How many of you feel like that it is us against the world, and I'm talking about the deep state, and that you feel like it's unfair the way that they come after conservatives? And a show of hands, I want to know. I see those hands, and they feel the same way I do, which is we win some of these cases, that's amazing. But the way that big tech came after me and dozens of my colleagues that were conservative commentators, influencers, right before the election to silence us on social media, we experienced on Facebook and X, we'll never get our day in court for that.
Right.
And then you look at Jack Smith and the others that were involved, and it's like, when's someone going to actually go to jail? Do you believe, I want both your opinions first, that we're actually going to see somebody go to jail, or is this just going to be another one of those things where it is what it is and we'll move on?
No, they're going to go to jail.
Tell me why. Why? Tell me, give me your case in 30 seconds why you believe this time will be different.
Jack Smith is very familiar with 18 U.S.C. Section 241, conspiracy against rights. It's one of the bogus charges he brought against President Trump for the non-crime of objecting to a presidential election, which is allowed by the First Amendment in the Electoral Count Act of 1887. What President Barack Obama and Joe Biden and all these goons, what they did to President Trump when they politicized and weaponized intel agencies and law enforcement to go after him, his top aides, his allies, his supporters, and tried to destroy them for non-crimes. That is textbook conspiracy against rights under 18 U.S.C. Section 241, a very serious federal civil rights felony, and this is ongoing because it's an ongoing conspiracy. So they're not going to be able to hide from the statute of limitations.
Well, I want your thoughts on same type of question, but a little bit different. How many of you guys knew that about a third of the United States Senate was spied on by the Biden administration? A third of the United States Senate. I actually believe that may be the biggest blessing in disguise that happened. Because now some of these guys that don't ever care about anything actually care because their phone records and their text messages and their communications were spied on by the government. And some of them were spied on and treated almost like they were a terrorist, which is insane. With a flight risk was their justification for some of them doing this. Is that what we needed to finally wake up and have Congress actually do their damn job?
I think so. And one thing that people don't talk about anymore is appointment of special counsels. I'm totally against it. I don't know about you all, but I know if you get a room full of lawyers who are paid by the hour, guess what happens?
They all get paid.
They all get paid by the government, and they go after every crime, everything they can to drag it out. It's just what happens. We should have, the Justice Department should have an independent agency somehow, where they're career lawyers want the rule of law, not the money they're going to make every hour.
We don't need a special counsel because we have a U.S. attorney in the Southern District of Florida confirmed by the United States Senate. He has, we've seen the court document. He has a grand jury in Fort Pierce. We've seen the news reporting that over 100 subpoenas have gone out. I would say to people like John Brennan, your days as a free man may be numbered. So,
I never want someone to go to jail for political reasons. I do, however, feel like this time has nothing to do with politics. It has to do with right and wrong. In my lifetime, do you actually believe, and I'm very skeptical if you can't tell from these questions, because I've seen this happen too many times where people abuse their power and they get away with it. Would we actually see a mugshot of someone besides Donald Trump that actually did some of these crimes?
I think there's pretty good evidence that John Brennan perjured himself. And I think it's pretty slam dunk. And if we just saw that the House Intel Committee just released the transcripts on this, like I said, I think John Brennan's days as a free man are numbered.
And I think at a minimum...
You can clap for that. Yes, I agree.
Sorry about that. At a minimum, some of these lawyers that were involved should be disbarred. I mean, they were stacked with Trump haters. Smith is the top one. They shouldn't be practicing law. They should be disbarred at a minimum. I'll go with him, jail him, but at a minimum, disbar them.
Final question, because you mentioned, you look at the tentacles of this, and yeah, it was a lot in Washington, but there were other bad actors that did the early dirty work. Letitia James is a great example of that. There are others around the country that the Democratic Party said, we need you to do this in this area because we think it can work in this area. We need you to bring this in Georgia. We need you to bring this in New York. They cherry-picked where they thought they could get it to a point where they could take out the president. Do you believe there will be accountability for people like that as well?
I think there should be. Just a little story. When the $460 million verdict came down on President Trump, I called him up and I said, Eighth Amendment, Eighth Amendment. And he, being Trump, he said, what the F is the Eighth Amendment? So I said...
That seems a very accurate statement. I like that. That's a truthful man. That's a truthful lawyer answer right there, my friends.
So he said, so I said excessive fines. So I worked with his family to get that into the pleadings. We got the bond lowered. And then in the end, the case was thrown out on the Eighth Amendment. And all the lawyers, we all worked together and we got it. But it was incredible violation.
Unbelievable.
I would say this, all those prosecutors, we know for a fact that all those prosecutions against President Trump were coordinated with the Biden White House. You had Fani Willis with her dumb, unqualified boyfriend, Nathan Wade, who actually was dumb enough to bill his time 16 hours for his 2 meetings with the Biden White House, including the White House counsel, $250 an hour, $4,000 to Fulton County taxpayers. We had Jonathan Sue waive President Trump's claim of executive privilege on behalf of Joe Biden that led to these indictments. All roads go back to the Biden White House. They absolutely coordinated this.
We also had that guy who was number 3 in justice. All of a sudden, he goes
Matthew
down.
Colangelo.
Yeah,
Matthew
Colangelo. Guy goes down as an assistant DA in New York City for the cases. It was,
He got deployed from the Biden Justice Department to bring the first indictment ever against a former president of the United States, Alvin Bragg. So
I just like we finally have some good news. So you guys give a big round of applause. Mike Davis, John Cole, thank you guys for what you're doing. Thank you guys for being here. God bless America. God bless Texas. I'll see you on the podcast tomorrow.
History isn't written in the classroom.
Gates. Please welcome host of the Matt Gates Show, Matt Gates.
My name is Matt Gates. I come from the wing of the Republican Party that is only loyal to one nation, and that is the United States of America. I flew in today, and that means I had to get to the airport about 3 days ago. And I just think that as the moms are in these long lines with their screaming children, and as business travelers are seeing deals erode because they can't get through TSA, as TSA workers are showing up and not getting paid, and as romantic lovebirds are seeing their weekend getaways truncated, we should just use the airport broadcast system to put out Chuck Schumer's phone number. Not paying TSA and our cybersecurity professionals and those protecting America's networks and critical infrastructure, not paying those people and shutting them down is not legislative strategy, it is retarded. I stand with President Trump. The Senate should convene immediately, reopen the government, and pass the Save America Act for voter ID and proof of citizenship in every election in this country. Demanding an ID to vote is not racist. Actually, saying that demanding an ID to vote is racist is what's racist. It is so nice to live in the era of free speech again under President Trump and Vice President Vance. It felt like every moment in the Biden years, if we said a true thing about vaccine side effects or indicated that we supported building a wall or the rights of gun owners, that somehow we were labeled domestic terrorists, a threat to our nation. Well, I am proud to host the Matt Gates Show at One America News every night at 9 o'clock Eastern, where we stand up for free speech. I also want to thank President Trump's chairman of the FCC, Brendan Carr. He has stopped the weaponization of the communication system against conservatives and against the people who love our country, as we should. And it's not often you get to thank the FBI on a free speech issue. But I am grateful that one of the first things FBI Director Kash Patel did was end the cooperation between the FBI and the Anti-Defamation League, or as Elon Musk calls them, the Defamation League. Matter of fact, the FBI should never be partnering with the ADL. The ADL is an anti-white, anti-Christian hate group, and they should be investigated as such. We are facing the midterms soon, and let me offer two pieces of advice. First, I don't know how they're going to go, but for 9 more months, we have the presidency, we have the House, and we have the Senate. We have a majority. I think we should take it out for a spin. I think we should actually use it. If a woman can bake a baby inside her belly for 9 months, certainly congressional Republicans could bake up a few ideas to put on President Trump's desk. How about this? No more breaks, no more vacation. Wake up, say the prayer, say the pledge, and whether it is ending men and women's sports, voter ID, proof of citizenship, ending transgender surgeries on children, asylum reform, end to birthright citizenship, or access to IVF, we should be codifying President Trump's executive orders every day. And by the way, we heard Senator Thune tell us that time was the coin of the realm in the Senate, and they might not have time to get to something like voter ID. And the same week, senators held a 2-hour Mardi Gras-themed dog parade. If Democrats want to be against the things we believe, strong borders, strong families, and a strong country, make them stand up and say it in a talking filibuster. You shouldn't be able to stand in the way of American greatness with an email to a scheduler. I have another bit of advice. We cannot move into these midterms with self-inflicted wounds. We have to end this cancel culture that is now occurring on the right. Dissent and disagreement has to be allowed. Tucker Carlson isn't going anywhere. I didn't bring a list of people to denounce or disclaim, and anti-Semitism isn't hiding around every corner and in every bush. President Trump is a builder. He understands that politics is an exercise in addition, not subtraction and division. And so while I may not agree with the likes of Mark Levin or Ben Shapiro or Mike Huckabee that we have some sort of near slavish loyalty to a country in a faraway land, I would walk across hot coals arm in arm with those individuals to stop the Democrats from turning America into a more transsexual version of Venezuela. When you may have heard, there was a brief period I was nominated for a job in this government, and I had a senator ask me, a Republican senator who didn't really like President Trump, well, Matt, can you ever think of a circumstance where you ever disagreed with President Trump, where you had a difference of opinion? They wanted to make it look like there was no separation ever. And I said, well, there was one story. I was at the funeral of one of my constituents who had died wearing the uniform in Afghanistan, and President Trump called me, and I had indicated that I would be voting against presidential war powers in Iran. And I'll never forget what President Trump told me in that conversation. He said, Matt, I won't bust your balls over this. But in the end, it was President Trump's vision that kept us out of a war then, and I certainly hope that the poly-market prediction that says that there's a 71% chance that ground troops go into Iran is false. I want President Trump to have every diplomatic tool at his disposal, and I do trust that he knows a great deal more than I do. But a ground invasion of Iran will make our country poorer and less safe. It will mean higher gas prices, higher food prices, and I'm not sure we would end up killing more terrorists than we would create. In Iraq, we stayed for decades in Iraq, and we ended up giving the country to Iran. We ended up with 20 years in Afghanistan, and we just ended up giving it back to the Taliban after that period of time. And so maybe unconditional surrender in Iran looks like this. Didn't they just pick a gay Ayatollah? Like, I just think that's Asalama fabulous. I think a gay Ayatollah in charge of Iran is definitely mission accomplished. I'm not for Pride Month in June in the United States, but I'm not entirely sure I'm against it in Iran. At the end of the day, we indeed must stick together, and indeed we must reject where the left is taking us. I recall one conversation I had in Iowa campaigning for President Trump. I went into a little coffee shop, freezing cold, and a barista walks out and she said, oh, Congressman Gates, my boyfriend is going to be so mad he's not here. He's a big fan and wanted to meet you. Can we take a photo? And I said, well, sure, but will you go and caucus for President Trump? She said, oh, I'll do that. I said, well, if we send it to your boyfriend, will he go caucus for President Trump? And she looked at me with that steely-eyed Midwestern grit and said, Congressman, I'm not just going to make my boyfriend caucus for Donald Trump. I'm going to make all of my ex-boyfriends caucus for him too. And so in these midterms, call your in-laws and your outlaws, your vexes and your exes. Get out and vote. Stop Hakeem Jeffries from becoming the Speaker of the House, and let us continue the golden age of America together. Thank you all so much.
country, there's no reason that every person in this country is not wealthy. There's tremendous amounts of wealth here. There's no scarcity.
In a country that promises freedom, most people live financially enslaved by debt, by fear, by a system they don't understand.
Federal regulatory compliance cost U.S. businesses about $3.1 trillion in 2022, or roughly 12% of GDP. In manufacturing, regulatory costs total around $350 billion annually, exceeding the economic output of nearly 30 states.
Small manufacturers with fewer than 50 employees face the steepest costs, averaging more than $50,000 per worker each year.
The government cannot do this, folks. This is all on you guys. The people that make a commitment to creating legacy wealth, okay, are actually doing the greatest, giving the greatest contribution to their country and their community than anybody else.
Children. Please welcome CEO, Education Freedom Foundation, Erica Donalds. Chair of Athletes for America Coalition, Frank Murphy. Ace Scholarship Mom, Greta Alexander. And your host, school choice advocate, Corey DeAngelis.
How is everybody doing? Who's ready to make education great again? We got a President, Trump, who's the biggest supporter of education freedom that we have ever seen. He ran on parental rights and education, and guess what? He won the parent vote by 9 points. He won the education vote. Why do you think Kamala Harris didn't talk about it? Because he was winning with parental rights and education. And Kamala, it didn't work out for her, but she didn't want to end up like that one guy, Terry. I don't think parents should be telling schools what they should teach. McAuliffe in Virginia. It was a bold strategy, Cotton. It didn't work out for him. We have a great set of panelists today. I'm so excited everybody came out. Let's finally rip that Band-Aid off called the Department of Education once and for all. Well, look, we've been winning so much, I'm almost getting tired of winning, but we're not done yet. I want you guys to talk a little bit about what does education freedom mean to you? And what are some of the victories that make you happy in recent years when it comes to President Trump's leadership on the issue?
Well, I believe education freedom means that every parent in this country can make the decisions on what is best for their kids, who educates them, how they are educated, under what value system, with what materials, and no secrets are kept from those parents when it comes to what is happening in their schools. It means that they have every dollar of funding, that if they choose a school outside of the traditional system, all of that money follows them, and we get free market competition in education, which is so desperately needed in this country.
Greta, talking about free market education, how did that work out for your family? I know you live in the Dallas area, right?
Yes, sir. I live in Fort Worth, actually, and having the opportunity to go to the school of our choice is major, especially because of the zip code that I live in. There's so much crime and so much death, and so to have an opportunity to send my kids somewhere that I know that they're safe and that I know that they're learning. I'm so excited about ACE scholarships, as well as what the president has done and what Lyndon McManus has done for education, for parents. I'm excited for us.
And Greta, you were just at the White House for a roundtable with Lyndon McMahon during National School Choice Week, and I saw a viral video of you with President Trump himself, and you said,
changing education.
Changing education,
yes,
changes everything. Could you talk a little bit about your story with your daughter and how that kind of changed her trajectory?
Okay, so I have a son that went to public school, and he found drugs in public school. So he recently died, and so now that I have my daughter, she's in a private institution and she's thriving. She's doing very well. And so changing education really does change everything. In my community where I live, there was, like I say, we felt like we were in a cage, like we were locked up because of the educational freedom bills and all the things that are going through, ACE scholarships, as well as what Ms. McManus have done. We are free now. The cage is open. We are no longer bound. Every child has an opportunity to thrive, and this is an amazing opportunity for children.
Frank, I read your bio and I saw that you ran a 4.22 40-yard dash, and you were in the NFL. I ran a 4.5, but I don't think it was official. I think my coach was trying to make me feel better. So could you talk a little bit about what you're doing with education and sports?
Well, education is big for me because it gives me an opportunity by using sports as a platform to make sure that our next generation of youth, our next generation of athletes, that their purpose don't go to the graveyard. Because see, a lot of times we got to understand it takes boldness. But one thing for me, I got a second chance. I got a second chance